Some of the people are with us from starting 10 years ago when we start. They're my good friend, Freddie Mendofer, sitting here, who either started with us before we are Tesla Science Foundation, when we are Nikola Tesla Club. So January 7 is 10 years of the Tesla Science Foundation in existence. For these 10 years, we did a lot of different things. Before that, we were Nikola Tesla Club, but we're now going back. We're still going to be Tesla Science Foundation, but our main work is with Nikola Tesla Club. Opening Nikola Tesla Clubs, not just in the United States, giving people material to open around the globe. We have requests from Asia, Africa, Latin America, people calling us all over. So I'm glad to see here the people from Canada. Vic Djurdjevic come here, guy who have very similar program, and we cooperate together. He have his event, and he will explain later, and anybody who love to see that, because in Canada things are very perfect. My good friend Helena from Zagreb, she was this summer in Belgrade also, so this is like Tesla putting us together. We cooperate in a really good way. So I will go for an hour to explain how many good people help us to come here where we are now. But I'm not going to do this. I will let them talk. It would be definitely more understandable. One of the things what people always asking me, you guys calling yourself Tesla Science Foundation, but why all these artists are with you? So there is key thing. We explained science through the art. And when we come to the school, that's our new executive director, Ashley. She's director of education. Also, we're working with her school for the last 6-7 years. So we're really trying to make this very understandable, science very understandable and easy. So on one side, we have all these artists, what you're going to meet later, and we have our engineer, Harry, who is expert in all this Tesla stuff, and other people who are helping us to put this together and make sure everybody understands. We work very closely to Franklin Institute. This is probably nicest science institution in a country. And today you're gonna see some really great things from there. Whoever never see Tesla lab in Long Island, here is Mark and his crew. You guys that's something really worth it to travel from New York City to go in Long Island and see this laboratory. So Mark is here, and they have. So we also have a little laboratory in Philadelphia and in Belgrade in Serbia. So we're working on our projects. We have different projects, but I don't think that will be really interesting for you guys to learn about that. With this, I will finish, and I would call Acting Consul General of Republic of Serbia, Olgica, to open this conference. Please help me welcome Olgica.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, fellow Tesla admirers, good morning. On behalf of the Consul General of the Republic of Serbia in New York, I would like to welcome you all to the historic New Yorker Hotel and to thank you for joining us today for the 8th Annual Tesla Spirit Award Conference. Consul General of the Republic of Serbia in New York is happy and proud to once again be supporting this wonderful event, celebrating the life and legacy of the famous Croatian-born Serbian scientist Nikola Tesla. Let me start by wishing a happy 10th anniversary to our hosts, Tesla Science Foundation Philadelphia, and congratulating them on all the hard work and achievements dedicated to restoring and promoting Tesla's image in the science history of the United States, as well as thanking them for their immense contribution to creating stronger ties and improving cooperation within the Serbian diaspora in the United States and worldwide. Though it was not always easy, you made it seem like a labor of love, and for that we are ever grateful. This is the 3rd year that I have a privilege to be part of this conference, though this is the first time I'm here in this capacity. And I'm happy to be seeing some familiar faces and a few new ones. Though we came from all the walks of life with different personal and professional backgrounds, we all have one thing in common: a profound appreciation for the work of Nikola Tesla and a clear sense of gratitude for all the gifts this ingenious scientist and prolific inventor has bestowed upon humanity. In Serbia, Tesla is revered as a hero and a source of deep national pride. Ask any Serb to name a most important national historic figure, and chances are each one of them would choose Tesla. Okay, I guess there would be a couple of them who would pick Novak Djokovic as well, depending how he does at the tournaments at the moment, but they can be forgiven. What I'm trying to say is that for us, Tesla is an ideal, an embodiment of genius and scientific success. When children are born in Serbia, their parents secretly or not so secretly wish their child would follow in Tesla's footsteps and bring pride for his or her motherland. At the same time, the United States, Tesla's adoptive country, the one he lived in for almost 60 years and in which his greatest inventions came about, sadly managed to forget about him even during his lifetime. A man who, like a modern-day Prometheus, harnessed the forces of nature for the benefit of man, who left hundreds of patents, who was once admired and befriended by the greatest man of his time, was somehow allowed to slip into oblivion so deep that not even his posthumous victory over Marconi in their dispute over the radio patent managed to bring him back to the awareness of the American people. I hate to think that the reason for this was the one so often quoted, that the fact that he died a poor man made him a failure in the eyes of his countrymen, thus overshadowing his indisputably enormous scientific achievements. A title of a giant of progress eluded him, apparently reserved for those with a greater talent for accumulating personal wealth. Yes, Tesla has indeed suffered a great injustice, but that is why we're here today, to see it corrected and to make sure Tesla is restored to his rightful place in the history of this great nation. In this fast-paced world we live in, where the person's attention is the highest commodity, getting public to think, read, and learn about Tesla will take some effort. But just like Tesla, we need to be resilient and creative and innovative. We owe him that much, and we owe it to ourselves. And I would stop here, since we have a quite eventful day ahead of us. So thank you once again for being here, and I hope you enjoy today's conference.
Well, hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our annual Nikola Tesla conference. Thank you. Well, it's my, thank you, clap. You can clap. It's a privilege. It's my third time to be here, and I'm very excited, and I think we're going to have a wonderful program. So let's start off with our first speaker, Joseph Sikorski. Joseph Sikorski is an award-winning writer, director, producer, whose credits include feature films, television, and off-Broadway. Over the past 2 decades, Sikorski's work has been featured on CNN, Producers Magazine, the New York Times, Newsday, cover of the international publication Vesti in Serbia, and most recently on CBS and the travel show Mysteries at the Museum. Joseph Sikorski's most recent production was the award-winning documentary Tower to the People. Tesla's dream at Wardenclyffe continues. Tower to the People, which details Tesla's most ambitious experimental for humanity, was selected for the Oscars Academy Motion Picture Arts and Science prestigious core collection library. Joseph is a longtime researcher and supporter of Tesla Science Center at Wardenclyffe. He continues to do clarity screenings of Tower to the People while developing exciting projects with them, 2 of which we'll announce soon. He's currently working on a new documentary entitled Invisible Threats, which includes more information on Nikola Tesla's role at Wardenclyffe and the further development of his featured Tesla biopic, Fragments from Olympus. As Nikola Tesla once said, see the excitement coming. All right, let's all welcome Joseph Sikorski. All right. I don't know where he is, but... Oh, you're coming. I think I said enough, so...
Way too much.
Way too much.
Way too much.
You deserve a proper introduction, so...
You can keep talking. I need about a minute or two just to...
Oh. Well, while he's setting up, may I ask who's from New York? Directly from New York? Okay, great. Who's from Jersey? Me too. Who is from Serbia? Yay! Wonderful. And any other country that I might have forgotten?
Philly.
Wait, Canada. Canada. All right. Who else? Croatia. Oh my God. Yes, Helena, Croatia. And who else? There's a Detroit. Well, that's I said country, but all right, we can take that. All right, that's it. So did I forget anybody else? No. Okay. Are you guys all excited? Yeah, I know it's it's an early morning, it's a Saturday, I know, but you know what? We have beautiful weather outside. That's fantastic, right? And I don't know, I hope it's never going to snow, but wishful thinking. Anyway, so I'm very excited, and like I said, this is my third time, and I hope you're going to enjoy the show. So.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Okay. All right. So.
All right, let me try something else, Harry. This never happened to Tesla. Oh, okay, great.
We got it?
We got it.
Yay!
So thank you for coming. I just want to say another one of my heroes passed away on January 7th. Just found out about it yesterday, and to me, Neil Peart was one of the greatest percussionists and lyricists ever, and I just wanted to remember him. These beautiful lyrics from The Spirit of Radio, they've always reminded me of Tesla and Wardenclyffe, so I wanted to share them with you today. Rest in peace, Neil. I think the audio is going through there. Don't worry, turn it all down. Doesn't matter. So one of the most fascinating aspects of Tesla was his Wardenclyffe Tower. So that's where my focus will be today. And I'm going to do a stripped-down version of this lecture to work within the time limit. I'm going to talk fast, and hopefully I'm not going to babble too much. And if you want more info on Wardenclyffe Tower, you can check out my documentary, Tower to the People, or speak with me at our booth outside during the conference. I'll answer any questions. So Wardenclyffe in Shoreham, New York, is where Tesla dreamed of making wireless energy accessible throughout the globe. And he never gave up on this aspiration, which he hoped would better humanity. And in many ways, his visionary views seem to portend the future. So he set out to achieve this dream by building Wardenclyffe Tower. Now, the design was an evolution of his Colorado Springs experiments, and he extrapolated them out on a much grander scale. Tesla defined his objectives in Electrical Experimenter magazine. He believed his wireless system would be for secure communications, text transmissions, news publications, music, image distribution, even navigational systems. So basically, Tesla had conceived of the internet and global positioning when he conceived of Wardenclyffe Tower. But to reach Europe and beyond without the use of wires, Tesla intended to use a different approach from that of conventional radio space wave transmission. So through his tower, Tesla planned to use the Earth itself as a conductor and a source of electrical charge carriers. And he developed this system designed to transmit electrical energy wirelessly by utilizing a number of his inventions and a number of his discoveries. Most importantly, his resonant transformer, which everyone knows what that is. Anyone? His Tesla coil. The magnifying transmitter, which was a specific type of Tesla coil. It was a high-powered harmonic oscillator that could achieve very high voltages, and Tesla thought this was his most important invention. And the phenomenon of what they call terrestrial stationary waves. Now, Tesla really discovered these while observing electrical storms in Colorado Springs, and it was the key to his Earth resonance system. So by February 1902, the foundation for the tower was laid, and the tower rested on an octagonal foundation, which still exists today if you go out to Wardenclyffe, and it consisted of 8 sections that were roughly 38.5 feet each, and they were made of a concrete with a beach pebble veneer, and these curbing sections of a dark stone known as gneiss, gneiss being G-N-E-I-S-S. Now, the tower was designed by Stanford White, and it was built by W.D. Crowe and the American Bridge Company. It ascended into the sky 187 feet. Now, that wasn't an accident. The height was calculated by Tesla for optimal performance of his magnifying transmitter. But the 187 feet was actually a compromise for Tesla. Tesla initially wanted a 600-foot tower, but because of the cost involved, Stanford White tried to talk him into a 90-foot tower. So he ultimately settled on a 187-foot tower. And he felt that using mathematical calculations and harmonics, he could achieve the same results as the taller tower. So in addition to electrical science, Tesla was a very disciplined mathematician, and that was really a vital skill for what he was attempting. So this almost 200-foot tower was constructed of these great 12-inch by 12-inch wooden timbers. I mean, these really massive wooden posts, especially when you think of 2x4s that are commonly used in construction today. And I have a little visual aid here. So this is about the size of a standard 2x4. This is a 12x12. So apparently Tesla was planning on supporting a great amount of weight. Now, these posts were held together by metal plates, and that's what created the frame of the tower. And you can see these metal plates here at all the joining points. And this is the perspective you would have if you looked up from the inside of the base of the foundation of the tower. Now, you have to try to imagine climbing 187 feet up from the bottom. And there's this town legend that said that prior to the tower's destruction, when it was abandoned for a while, in the wintertime, it would fill up with water and it would freeze. And these lunatics in Shoreham would climb up and ice skate at the top of the cupola. Can you imagine that? From the inside view here, you could see the layers involved. It was a very unique construction. This reinforced structure allowed for individual beams to be replaced. So, a lot of thought went into this. Very intelligent design. Now, though there were metal plates, the tower design prohibited the use of steel components beyond a certain height. And above this level, level K, wooden pegs, or what they called tree nails, had to be used, presumably to avoid interaction with the electrical apparatus. Now, one of the most distinctive features of Wardenclyffe Tower was the metal hemisphere on top, referred to as the cupola. And that was manufactured by the American Bridge Company. Under the protest of Stanford White, he thought they were really way too expensive. There's a whole story with that. I can tell you about that later. And it was 68 feet in diameter and weighed 55 tons. So now we know why Tesla needed those 12x12s. It was composed of 48 arches, arch trusses of steel. And, when you see most pictures of Wardenclyffe Tower, they kind of show the cupola as a series of curved pipes. That's really not the way it was. They were flat pieces of angled iron, and, we worked really hard to create, I guess, what is the only really accurate version of the tower. But the cupola was a critical part of the system. And what it was, it formed the elevated air terminal electrode of the magnifying transmitter. And it's basically a more advanced version of the pole and sphere that was on the roof of his Colorado Springs lab. And I have a picture of that here. So basically this evolved into this. So if we come back down from the top of the cupola, you're going to see a small wooden shack that was built in the center of the foundation base. Now, this structure covered the underground shaft that went very deep into the earth. The shack was built to cover a 12-foot by 10-foot shaft, had a set of oversized doors, and it had an entrance that faced toward the laboratory building. Just kind of interesting, because the main entrance of the tower was to be on the south side, opposite of the Wardenclyffe building entrance. So I think I have an outline here. So that indicates where the tower entrance would be. So Tesla, I guess, wanted the tower to be the entrance into this facility as opposed to the laboratory being the entrance. So what exactly was the wooden shack covering? Well, when speaking about the underground terminal, Tesla spoke of the importance of sinking a very deep well. And in his quote, he talks about grabbing a hold of the earth, getting a good grip of the earth so the whole of the earth can quiver. Now, Tesla described the shaft as being covered by timber with a steel interior. Further accounts provided additional details, like the steel appeared corrugated, and there was a spiral staircase that descended downward. According to Tesla, the current would pass through the center of the staircase, so you wouldn't want to be on that when the tower was in operation. So the primary shaft went down 120 feet into the ground. And the full presentation and the documentary has much more information on this. We're going to move along, though. So a popular question was, did Tesla ever fire up the tower? The answer is yes. Yes, over several nights in July of 1903, residents reported seeing a vivid display of lights over the cupola. People as far as Connecticut saw a corona on top of the tower. And Tesla was most likely testing the speed of electrical impulses, making certain calculations he sent out, measuring them. But we don't really know, because Tesla was always very tight-lipped about his experiments. But I think an important point to realize there is, even in an uncompleted form, this tower had some sort of functionality. Now, Tesla had initially raised $150,000 from J.P. Morgan to complete the Wardenclyffe plant. He went over budget as he altered the design and the whole mission of the project, and he did that without Morgan's consent. Tesla put his own money in. He raised about $50,000 total, but this was about as far as he was able to get with the money he had. So the framework of the tower has become iconic, but Tesla was hoping to complete it. The tower was meant to have an outer facade, and it was supposed to have a series of copper storage cells up top to contain the energy needed for the system. Now, this was how it was to appear in its finished form. And again, you can notice the elaborate entrance on the south side. And I'm going to give you a perspective where it is today. Here is the statue, generously given to us by the people of Serbia. Thank you. And the Tesla lab. So again, the entrance was to be through the south side. So Tesla envisioned a whole new world with this tower, and he was seeking an additional $100,000 to $150,000 to complete this tower. So what happened? What happened to this genius's dream, and why didn't he continue? It was money, of course. Tesla was being suffocated by his towering debt. He invested all of his own money in his inventions, and at the same time, he tried to keep up appearances to attract other investors. He lived very lavishly at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Fortunately, his friend Jacob Astor owned the Waldorf Astoria, so he didn't really pester him for back rent, or for other services like having the Waldorf Astoria send him his lunch every day on the train and in a picnic basket. On a regular basis. So Tesla was kind of living beyond his means at the same time. And this was a time when he needed money most to complete this project. And sadly, this is also the time that some of his most valuable patent royalties expired. And some other patents were being infringed upon, allowing others to profit from his work, like Marconi. Tesla sued him, was ultimately vindicated, but sadly would not live to see that. But throughout this 17-year period that the tower existed, Tesla tried to convince J.P. Morgan to invest more money in the system. But J.P. Morgan, who fronted the initial funds for a radio tower, really wasn't interested in freely distributing wireless power to the masses, which is the pitch Tesla made to him to get more money. Tesla claimed he'd be able to send unlimited power to any point on the globe. And, the apocryphal story has Morgan asking, wireless energy, well, where do you put the meter? So we all know what happened to Tesla, and he didn't get the funds he needed. Morgan ran an economy that ran on wires. He had copper mines, he had lumber yards, he had shipping companies, he had all these different industries that would be severely impacted by wireless energy. So it was a hard time for Tesla during his Long Island period. He had debts, infringement, tragedies. Stanford White was murdered. They were all chipping away at his Wardenclyffe dream. But things really started to go down, quite literally, with the sinking of the Titanic. This immense tragedy hit Tesla personally because Tesla's friend John Jacob Astor was one of the victims. And because he owned the hotel where Tesla lived, Tesla, didn't worry about the rent all that time. But now at the Waldorf, there's a new sheriff in town. Enter George C. Bolt. I call him the fourth horseman of Tesla's apocalypse. He's one of these four people that throughout Tesla's career was very detrimental. But he was the manager, and now he demanded all the back rent that Tesla owed. This is a kind of a long story, so there's more of this in the film or the full presentation. But basically, it ultimately led to a court ruling allowing for the tower to be destroyed for scrap to pay the judgment. So on July 4th, 1917, the first of a series of explosions shook the town of Shoreham. And they were not celebratory fireworks, but the demolition of a great man's dream. The first explosion knocked the tower from its base. With the second, the cupola came crashing down to earth. And the demolition team kept at it all day until they finally brought it down. All of Tesla's research, all of the resources, everything that went into the tower, including the exorbitant price for the materials, all the construction, it was all destroyed to settle a judgment of $1,100.20. What could have been? So after the fall, the destruction of Tesla's tower is actually confused by press accounts. They mistakenly report that it was destroyed by the government, who suspected German spies were using it nefariously. And that confusion centers around the arrest of German spies that happened that same week in connection with another giant wireless tower on Long Island. And that was the German-owned Telefunken station in West Sayville, which ended up being the communications center of an international spy ring on the eve of World War I. And yes, there is a Tesla connection to Telefunken, and a Marconi connection, and a lot of world-changing events connected to it. Sounds like it might make a pretty good documentary. But anyway, thanks to a historic crowdfunding campaign, thank you, Oatmeal, Tesla's dream did not completely die. The Stanford White designed building was saved. The tower's octagonal outline was preserved. And this is the spot where Tesla envisioned the transmission of wireless communications, messaging, news, media, all of which have come to fruition, just as he predicted, perhaps inspired by his bold ideas. And that is why the Wardenclyffe site is so important to so many. And yes, this visionary knew that his advanced ideas may not be accepted during his lifetime. He worked for the future. And as he stated, and I'll close with this quote from him, "The scientific man does not aim at an immediate result. He does not expect that his advanced ideas will be readily taken up. His work is like that of the planter for the future. His duty is to lay the foundation for those who are to come and point the way." And you people have come to help point the way. I thank you for coming, and I thank you for supporting all the Tesla organizations that are preserving Tesla's legacy. Thank you.
The certificate.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello, I'm back. Okay, before we continue, I would like to acknowledge our consul and applaud her for doing such a fantastic job up here. You did a much better job than I did because I was a little nervous, so very nice. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so our next speakers is David Henry Wrigley and Paul David Taylor. You there? Okay. They are the co-creators and co-stars of Tesla's Dream, a new play from Philadelphia's Franklin Institute, which received glowing reviews in September of last year. Please all welcome Mr. David Henry and Paul David Taylor.
Thank you. Hi, I'm David Wrigley.
My name is Paul Taylor.
And we are from the Franklin Institute. We have had the privilege here of presenting at the Tesla People's Awards Conference, and it's a lot of fun, a great honor. We received an award from the Tesla Science Foundation today for our work at the Franklin Institute, which was a brand new play called Tesla's Dream that we produced in the Philadelphia Fringe Festival. So that's what we're doing here, and it's our second time at this conference. Last year we came in preparation. It was part of our research for this play, which had no script, maybe a general sense of what we possibly wanted to explore, but we came here and met so many interesting people from all over the world who share an affection for Tesla's work, for his message, for his integrity. And that spirit that they hold for Tesla and the honor that they feel towards him was really amazing to bear witness to, and influenced how we pursued the process of writing a new play about Nikola Tesla. So, yeah, you want to say something there?
Okay, well, we called the name of our play was Tesla's Dream, and this truly was a dream come true for David and I, who've been a fan of Nikola Tesla and felt that he was terribly misrepresented in the field of science, and what an incredible contribution he had. So this was a dream come true for us to show this man as a genius, but fallible and all the foibles of a human, but yet still he had such a strong and wonderful heart, and we wanted to show that in Tesla's Dream.
Yeah. I could say also about Dream, he had a vision of the future, which we've heard today is really, you could think about the future as maybe still coming, something we're still approaching, or you could think about it as present now. A lot of the things that we take for granted, wireless communication and electricity that, is available throughout the world in the places where it is available, are things that maybe we don't appreciate as much as one could. And our play was set in 1883 when Tesla was already predicting things like the cell phone and being able to communicate with someone as if you were in the same room as that person through a device that would fit into your vest pocket, which was a line we highlighted in our show. So, this ability to be so forward-thinking and to be able to fantasize or dream about what's possible is something that's really important for us as individuals, but also a message we want to share with the people of Philadelphia and around the world that if you put your heart and mind and soul into something, you can accomplish, we'll say anything, you can accomplish great, amazing, unbelievable, impossible things. So that's what we tried to share in the play, and I thought we did an awesome job of that.
Pat yourself on the back.
So we're grateful for this opportunity to just be surrounded by people that know way more about Tesla than we do, and yet appreciate our desire and willingness to share that with others. So we're down with Tesla Science Foundation. They show up at the Franklin Institute a lot and share with the public in a really kind of altruistic way, and their mission to teach others about Tesla is awesome, because Tesla's an embodiment of pursuing the impossible and achieving things that people call impossible, but are possible. So That's all I want to say about that.
Yeah,
I can
thank you
say
very much
anything.
for this award. It's great to be appreciated, and someone saw the quality in our work, and that means a lot to us because we really did pour a lot of ourselves into this piece. So,
Oh, yeah.
thank you, Tesla Science Foundation. We really do appreciate it, and keep
That's
up the
true.
good work.
Cheers. All right. Well, thanks everybody for being here, and thanks to the Tesla Science Foundation for hosting and the Serbian Consulate. This is such a fun, awesome time to gather and to reflect on Tesla's legacy and think about how it's going to go moving forward. So a lot of respect for everyone that came out and for all those watching. This is awesome. So I'm David.
I'm Paul.
Yep. And we work for the Franklin Institute. What's up, Harry?
Audio.
There. It's all good.
Okay.
So we are excited. We're going to share with you a process that we went through from this time last year until the end of September. We had a goal of putting on a new play about Nikola Tesla. And so that's what we've done. So if you don't know the Franklin Institute, that's that place that is employing us. We can show you an image. So it's in Philadelphia. This is from the Delaware River. The Franklin Institute is behind this building here. Yep, next. That's the building. The Institute's been around since 1824, so we're approaching 200-year anniversary. We're a well-loved science museum. If you grew up anywhere near Philadelphia, you've been there several times. It's especially good for children, but we do a lot of adult programming as well.
This building is from 1934.
Yep, that's right.
So, yeah.
The National Memorial for Ben Franklin is there. This is a 32-ton marble statue in a big, beautiful space that's available and free to the public every day. And then our play was going to be inside the museum in one of the theaters. So this is an image from last year's conference where we got to meet an actor playing Tesla. But we wanted to begin the play with how we do a lot of our work is to do a lot of research. Paul and I have made a lot of creations at the Franklin Institute. So every month we host an adult science after hours where we've been given a lot of opportunities. Maybe we've done 24 different shorter plays. And this was an opportunity for us to do a more full-length play. It was about an hour was what we wanted to do. And it was going to be part of the Philadelphia Fringe Festival, which is a really interesting event that happens for 17 days in September of every year, where there's over 1,000 different performances happening throughout the city. And so Fringe means that it's fringe, it's on the edges, it's not Broadway theater, it's stuff that's new, innovative, maybe avant-garde. And the people who come out to see this work are often looking for something new or creative in a way that they haven't seen before, perhaps.
But, as this was the Fringe Festival, we are an institution which is family-based. And so we wanted to have something that was exciting and dramatic, but not so far fringe that children could not enjoy it. So we designed this show to be seen for, we chose 9 because there are a few dramatic moments in the show, which may be too much for a younger viewer. So 9 to 99 was our goal for the production.
Yeah, 9 to 99.
9 to 99. If
So
you're
that
hungry,
means
you
it's
could
got to
come.
be a little. It wanted to land like a Pixar film, where it's really good for kids, and if some of it goes over their head, that's okay with us. So that was our target. So the Fringe Festival, it's really fun. I've participated in several different fringes in a variety of cities. So this was a cool opportunity, and we even, after doing 24 or so awesome productions on a shorter scale, we were now given a blessing and a budget of just over $10,000, which was great for us to hire staff, hire professional actors, hire a really interesting video designer and sound designer to work on the project, costume design. So that was a unique opportunity for this museum to just say, here's some resources, produce and create whatever you want to say. So that was the next big challenge. What do we want to say about Tesla? And I think what we just heard from Joseph, that, like he said, makes a great documentary. That whole storyline would be a really interesting movie or play. But we wanted to explore Tesla's unique relationship with the Franklin Institute as well. in 1883, he visited the museum and delivered a lecture in Philadelphia. So we thought that was an amazing connection. He also received an award from the Franklin Institute, which we call the Franklin Awards. It was a Crescent Medal, which was given to him for electrical engineering back in 1883. No, that's when he delivered the lecture. It was the next year that he got the award. Either way, that was a big year in his life. This is the year that he and Westinghouse get the contract to power the World's Fair in Chicago. It's the year that they win the contract to harness the power of Niagara Falls. So this is an exciting year. So instead of diving way into the future and learning about maybe some of the elements of his future that don't go as well, we wanted to focus in on that year. So the character that our audience saw was from 1883. So this is sort of Tesla at his, I won't say peak, but it's Tesla at a lot of momentum being built around his work and his creativity. So this was the space we knew we were going to use. It's a 265-seat theater with a really giant, huge movie screen, bigger than a sort of typical screen. So we knew we couldn't ignore the screen. Okay, we had action on the stage, but we knew we wanted to do something with the screen, and we'd done a couple productions which utilized the screen in some creative ways, but we'd never seen a production really that synchronized the two-dimensional screen with the 3D action on the stage in the way that we wanted to do. So, okay, we're going to be creative. We're reading books. We're reading biographies. We're starting to brainstorm about what we want to say, and we think we know what characters we want to see. We want to see Edison. We want to see Tesla. We want to see Westinghouse. We want to see his mom, who we thought was a really important character in his development, and his father. And so we also wanted to have some integrity in how we hired the actors and really try to create a professional quality to the whole process. So we knew we wanted the best actors. So we held auditions 7 months in advance of this production with a unique kind of, offer. You're going to help create this play. So Paul and I are both really into ensemble creation and using the small team that we built to decide together what we were going to say. So I just love creating in that format where I feel like we're stronger as a unit than we would be as individuals writing by ourselves. So yeah, one part of our research was to come here and learn from all of the different presenters, and that was such a touching experience for us, because whatever our thoughts were about Tesla, I'd learned about him at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, where I used to deliver a short presentation, but underneath a giant Tesla coil. The toroid was about as big as that circle above your heads there, above the chandelier. And this would resonate these really crazy sparks, and it was wild. And I would teach in this building that was built for the 1893 World's Fair, 1883, yeah. Excuse me. And so that was my introduction to him.
Well, my inspiration is I've been a fan of Tesla for going on 20 years. And I finally got to a science museum, and just to see how he was not, his name was not in the conversation with all of these others like Edison, and it just broke my heart. And so I wanted to do something to honor him and show really the true greatness of Tesla for a while. Ruminated for a long time, and I finally got a partner who's like 6'2" and looks like Tesla and is thin. Boom, there's the show.
There you go.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So we'll go quickly here. So we came to this thing, and that was amazing, and it really just elevated our sort of appreciation for Tesla. I think one of the things I heard last year from Helena was that to think of Tesla as an artist and less as this entrepreneurial scientist, even though he was also that, but he had an art to him about how he presented his world. So we're still brainstorming, we're learning more, we're thinking about what's going to be on the screen while there's action on the stage. How do you fuse those two together? Keep going here. So we hired a really dynamic cast. Yannick in the background there is going to play Edison. Marissa Barnathan's going to be electricity itself. So she was going to be the embodiment of electricity. Paul as Westinghouse and his father Tesla. And Molly Jo here as the mother. so that's good. We started collecting images that were going to be on the screen. That's good. Another image. Yeah, so okay, keep going. We're starting to play with how it looks. Here's a scene of me washing my hands, and you see a first-person perspective of Tesla washing his hands, or the sun setting as he has his Faustian Goethe moment, and he's reciting, and he's having this idea for alternating current. Next image. So we wanted to film elements of the show that we could project onto the screen too as like flashbacks in Tesla's mind. So we couldn't get to his real home in, abroad. So we found a space that looked like that in Fairmount Park in Philadelphia and filmed some of our elements there. That's good. So we're doing some on-scene filming. The museum actually has some really neat curatorial pieces of Edison's. So when we were filming Edison, we went into our storage space and brought out these of the time period Edison artifacts, yeah. So that was fun. We had some great costuming. We had participation from local theaters and the university who were giving us costumes. We built electricity here, who had light up outfit, and she was looking beautiful and was really a dance element throughout the show. Some cool hair. I was woofing before this process, so I got clean cut to get close to Edison and dyed my hair dark, almost black, brown. And then we do our photo shoots. Okay, yeah, keep going. Another shot here, looking good. Add some graphic design, build a flyer. And this got mailed out to 30,000 people that were 30,000 magazines for the Fringe Festival get printed. Gathering last-minute props. Shout out to Harry and Nicholas for helping us out. We did the spinning egg demo, which was a part of our show where this egg stands up on edge, making some of the props look older of our modern Tesla coil. So a bunch of rehearsal, and then really, we didn't have that much rehearsal. We had 10 rehearsals before the first dress rehearsal. So it was a sped-along process that demanded concise focus from the team that had gathered. Built some signage, keep going. And then, over this just one performance week, we saw 700 guests. So that was 100 staff from the Franklin Institute, which was actually one of the better things that happened because it exposed them to a deeper look at Nikola Tesla, and then maybe 600 guests from the public in just 5 days. So, for Mr. Lonchar, his feel bad for us because we didn't get to see that many people with all this hard work, but the folks that came out loved it. We got really excellent feedback. We got some nice write-ups in a couple magazines and publications. So we want to show you a couple elements from the show. So we're just going to play it. The audience is ready. They've got their program. So these are short little clips. We'll just show you a couple that I think are worthy. Nice. So the first one is Tesla's trying to think about what he's going to say. He's been invited to deliver a lecture at the Franklin Institute, and this is him brainstorming a little bit in his conflicted way about what maybe he wants to say. And we're showing you this so you can see a few of the ways that we synchronize the two-dimensional with the three-dimensional action. Yeah, get rid of that arrow if you can. Yeah. So try double-clicking that play first.
Technology, as always. The downfall of every man. I do believe as brilliant as Tesla was, PowerPoint would have brought him down, as it does many a good man and woman, I have to say. I've been to so many conferences where I spoke too soon. It's very compelling, is it not? You know, while we're buying time, I think one of the things that was kind of unique about this is we wanted to really show his struggle. And so throughout this show, there's a lot of his, you know, with being a genius and not being understood and accepted, there's a lot of, you know, things that the brain goes through when one thinks. So we tried to show a lot of his personal struggle throughout his whole entire life. And this is documented, we know, you know, in the various things that he has done. So this clip would show that if we could get to it.
There you go. Either way, I can't quite see it, but I'll show it another time. Nah, it's not going to play. We don't have to have a very specific thing. But I could text you. Well, that sort of failed there. So,
do you want to do that final monologue?
Yeah, we can. So anyway, it's exciting. If we get an opportunity to pull that up later in the day, we'll do it for you. One of the thoughts we had was to share just a final moment. So it's not cooperating, so let's just move on. Just play this. So we were just going to share, you know, this play goes on, as Paul was saying. He eventually figures out what he's going to say at the Franklin Institute, and even that goes a little haywire for him. Edison interrupts this lecture. Westinghouse shows up, his mom shows up, and all of that's happening inside of his head until he gathers himself back together and he he sort of remembers, who he is and what he's been through. A lot of the first act of this show was showing you the stages of his life that had led him up to that point, so you really learn a lot of backstory. And then in this moment, towards the very end of the play, he remembers something his mom said, which we've already heard Joseph say a little bit about. He says, "I did not expect that my advanced ideas would be readily taken up. I'm more of a planter for the future. My duty has been to lay the foundation for those who are to come and point the way. Let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The past may have been theirs. The future, for which I have really worked, is mine. My friends, I believe in myself. More, I believe in the human spirit, our innate drive to pursue the impossible and make this world a better place. What do you dream for our world? I dream of a world in which there shall be no more exploitation of the weak by the strong, of the good by the evil, where there shall be no more humiliation of the poor by the violence of the rich, where the products of intellect, science, and art shall serve society for the betterment and beautification of life, and not the individuals for achieving wealth. This new world shall not be a world of the downtrodden and humiliated, but of free people and free nations, equal in dignity and respect for all. If we can dream it, we can create it. Come, dream with me." And then this series of experiments that he'd brought with him to the Franklin Institute are then transitioned by the cast, and the whole of it goes all the way back to the laboratory where the show started. And he wakes up, and he realizes that all of that time that he'd spent at the Franklin Institute had been a furthering of his imagination and his thoughts and his mind, where you'd heard earlier in the show, he can create everything in his mind, and not until it's perfect does he go ahead and put it on paper. And he wakes up from this dream, goes over to start creating that lecture, and the lights go down and the show ends. So sorry we couldn't show you the elements there. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to do that later. If not, thanks so much for being here, and I'm excited for the rest of the event. So have a great day. Peace.
My pleasure. Thanks to you. Absolutely. Cheers. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker is from Niagara Falls, and he's here to show a presentation and talk about the Transforma House. So please all welcome Jim Missel.
Thank you. This is my first time here, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I think I'm in good company. Everybody loves Tesla here. Where do I plug in the laptop? Now we're all the way on the other side from the Wardenclyffe. So you have Wardenclyffe in New York City, and you have what Tesla done up in Niagara Falls. we have kind of the same problem that they have with an old building there. First of all, I'd like to thank Nicola Longchar and Lana for inviting me. It was like a last-minute thing, but this is so important. I really had to get up and talk to you guys about it. It's very personal to me that when Tesla was 10 years old, he laid with malaria, a fever, burning up in his hometown. At that time, he had a vision of taking a large water wheel and using that water to emulate distant cities. He turned to his uncle and he said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to America and I'm going to do this. What you see on the screen right here is the Adams Powerhouse in Niagara Falls, and I'll explain how it got its name, where he actually fulfilled his childhood dreams. What Tesla didn't know, okay, this is his dream. Now, on the web browser, we also have a Indiegogo site. If you hit on that, it takes us to a donation page because we are trying to raise money to save it. What Tesla didn't know was 2 years earlier, Jacob Schofield had devised a system of pulleys and water wheels. These pulleys down in this building here were actually going to the different factories up above Niagara Falls. So instead of using electrical energy, they were using hydromechanical energy to transfer power up to the different factories so they could grind, they could use a sawmill up there and things like that. 8 years later, in 1882, Schofield partnered with Charles Brush and he installed the first 1,800 horsepower DC dynamo generator, which actually illuminated Niagara Falls. That same year that Schofield teamed up with Brush, Tesla began working in France for the Continental Edison Company. He was designing and making improvements to electrical equipment, and it was inevitable that someday these forces would combine. In June 1884, Tesla arrived in the United States, thanks to an exceptional recommendation by a bachelor who was the manager at the French Edison Company. On the way to the boat, he actually lost all his possessions, his train ticket, his personal assets, and arrived in America with only 4 cents in his pocket. Now 28 years old, Edison gave Tesla the very dedicated job of redesigning and improving the dynamo machines. Within the year, Tesla quit working for Edison, claiming that he was offered $50,000 reward, which would equal about $1.3 million nowadays, if he redesigned Edison's inefficient motors and generators. After leaving Edison, Tesla started his own company, which, once it became successful, he was later fired by his 2 investment partners, Benjamin Vail and Robert Lane. Destitute, Tesla dug ditches in New York City for 2 days for $2 a day. Very fortunately for Tesla, though, he was digging ditches for the cables that connected Western Union with the New York Stock Exchange. Tesla's supervisor, Mr. Brown, introduced him to an attorney, Charles Peck, who just closed the sale of the Mutual Union Telegraph Company to Western Union. That same year, Tesla applied for his first patent, the dynamo electric machine, and Peck and Brown decided to back him in April 1887, creating the Tesla Electric Company. 2 years later, George Westinghouse, using the financial success of his air brake operation, purchased the United States right to use the Galbraith and Gibbs transformer patents that would transform AC power so it could be carried over long distances. then stepped down to its attendant application. Westinghouse became aware of Tesla when he was invited to lecture in May of 1888 before the American Institution of Electrical Engineers. When he visited Tesla's laboratory, he was amazed to see that Tesla had already constructed a generator, the transformers, a power distribution section, and then the step-down transformers into a three-phase motor, or what they called back then a polyphase motor. The following year, in 1889, Edward Dean Adams, who was a descendant of the Schofields power plant, formed the Cataract Company to investigate expanding power in Niagara Falls. That year, Adams built a second larger 34,000 horsepower DC power plant immediately in front of the old original pulley plant. He used Charles Brush's generators, and factories within 2 miles then converted over to using DC power. But he was very limited with the distance because DC power will only go for about 2 miles. So as an entrepreneur, he started thinking, how am I going to continue getting power further past this 2 mile area in Niagara Falls? With the backing of, I can't think of it, the people that backed him right now. This construction of the Adams Power Plant station at Niagara Falls began in 1892 with an extensive tunnel system at ground level that was 21 feet high and 18 feet wide, and it captured the rapids coming up into Niagara Falls. It took 3 years to build this tunnel, and it was engineered by Thomas Evershed and constructed by Italian immigrants. Its 7,000-foot four-course trail race was lined with over 16 million bricks at the cost of 23 workers' lives. Built from the limestone quarries, Tesla's childhood dream is finally realized on August 25th, 1895, when AC power was sent 20 miles away to Buffalo, New York, the longest distance ever achieved at that time. Shortly afterwards, Tesla commented, "I am a resident of New York whose heart will always be at Niagara Falls." Although AC power was championed back in the War of the Currents when Westinghouse and Edison bid to illuminate Chicago's Columbian Exhibition, its principal economic of conservation was revealed in the Pan American Exhibition in 1901. Instead of Edison having several DC power plants every couple city blocks, Tesla could now send power to several cities from just one plant. Three years later, a second Adams electrical power plant was built at Niagara Falls. By 1918, Adams and Schofield plants were merged with the interest of being more efficient for water usage during the war. By the end of the 1920s, the power stations throughout New York were bought and consolidated into one company by Niagara Mohawk, a third of which drew its power from the resources of Niagara Falls. Then the inevitable happened on Thursday, June 7th, 1956. A janitor, John Haley, noticed water leaking from behind a wall at the Schofield power plant. Before he could get a mop bucket to clean it, 3 earth-shaking electrical explosions occurred as jets of water shot from behind the original power plant's walls that were built 80 years ago. The leak had eroded the cliff behind the first power plant and the penstocks base, built in 1874. It created a rock slide into the new generator station. Richard Draper, a maintenance foreman, was hurled through the windows into the river with 2 co-workers, and his body was never recovered. Amazingly, 39 workers managed to escape with minor injuries in this $100 million catastrophe. In response, New York formed the New York Power Authority, which revoked Niagara Mohawk's water rights at Niagara Falls. They took 550 acres from Native American land by eminent domain and built the 2.675 megawatt Robert Moses power plant in 1963. And under protest, the Adams power plants were bulldozed into their wheel pits, destroying any historic relevance of Tesla's realization of his boyhood dream or significance of Schofield's or Westinghouse contribution to hydropower. Now, all that remains is this building and a plaque where Schofield stations once stood. The building is a 125-year-old Adams Power Plant transformer house, which became a registered National Historic Landmark and IEEE designated building. Luckily, before they could bulldoze the transformer house down, Niagara Mohawk had applied for the historic designation, and that's the only reason that it still stands there today. In 1999, Niagara Mohawk privately sold this building to Peter Fontana Rosa, who was a private contractor, or is a private contractor. And the reason they done it is they feared that New York State was going to use eminent domain to take over that property and then just let it run down to nothing. Building, this, you can see the condition it's in right now. This is what we're dealing with. It's void of any water, sewer, gas, and only basic electrical is in there. It's an eyesore in a booming tourist industry. Niagara Falls has been recently frequented by 8 to 12 million visitors annually and has been a prime source of tourism for decades. At one point, it actually had 20 million visitors in a $1 billion trade market. Peter Fontana Rosa has now downsized his construction business and is seeking to retire to Florida, leaving this building in question and up for sale. If I was told by the city, and I went there and I talked to them, I was told by the city that if this isn't sold, they will take it over by eminent domain. If that's good, I'm not quite sure. I need to talk to people over here that maybe could give me some advice. I have a self-sustainable business plan, though, to buy this building over and keep it in private ownership and acquiring it to convert into an international destination museum honoring Tesla's childhood dream. This is the inside of the building. As you can see, that's pretty nice shape. This chart shows the projections of the daily tickets that would be sold, statistically tracked through hotel occupancy rates. For over 9 months, we have actually scrupulously analyzed government studies which indicate that 6 to 7% of the tourists visiting Niagara Falls would be interested in attending this historic landmark. Once we weigh the empirical data, we actually determine a true business valuation of $2.6 million after it's completely operational. This number is important because it gives us an insight into how much money we need, not only for renovations, but for annual operating expenses to pay staff sufficiently. Working together with the Floyd Albert architect firm, who is well known for many historic preservation projects in our area, we could repurpose this last remaining testament of Tesla's life from unknown warehouse to international destination museum. These are just a couple of the rough conceptuals that we've been putting together. Remember, we're doing this on no money right now. So whatever conceptuals we can get together, we're just going forward and doing it. Just as Tesla threw out seed to his favorite pigeons, We depend on others to help bootstrap this vision, and we're asking here for help today. Legally, our company is just starting up. It needs to be registered in New York State, so I am unable to provide any kind of stock or partnership. We just started an Indiegogo page where people could donate to preserve it. Most investors are looking for to raise a 10% valuation, which would be about $260,000 to create the company. We're offering great incentive gifts from Yugoslavia, from Belgrade, if people are interested. Puzzles, paraphernalia, T-shirts, posters. So hopefully we can get people that are interested. We ask anyone who hears our plea, please donate whatever you can as a testament to this man's great accomplishments, whether it's $1 or $100, any amount will be recorded. And actually, once we build it, there will be a wall for anybody that donates at least $1, and their name's going to be up on that wall. If you'd like a copy of our business plan or have suggestions or need more information or just would like to discuss this with me, please see me after the meeting. Thanks.
Okay. This microphone is a little too high. Okay, so our next speaker is someone very familiar from Croatia, Elena Madunic. I hope I said this right. Okay, I have Elena Madunic, honored by Tesla Spirit Award for 2019, is an artist, creative director, entrepreneur, storytelling, and exhibition innovation expert. Collaborating effectively with artistic and corporate teams, from filmmakers to architects, Elena's major skill is to visualize, inspire, and lead creation and production of larger-than-life concepts. Since 1995, every project she visualized won an award from a variety of creative industries. Elena's expertise is in creative leadership. As a result of that, she has been professionally recognized by eminent experts in all fields of human creativity, such as Marina Abramovic, Terry Gilliam, Samantha Hunt, Laurie Anderson, just to name a few. Elena is also the first Croatian film director and producer to receive support from Creative Europe Media EACEA for the development of documentary film about Tesla and animated series. For the last 15 years, Elena has been dedicating her time to research Nikola Tesla's inspiration in arts and his philosophy of life. Today, she will represent the latest progress of Teslapolis Research and Innovation Center. Please all welcome Elena Madunic.
Well, do I have time for presentation? Thank you, Elena, very much. Okay, let me plug in. Can somebody maybe help me? The audio and the so as Lana present me, for 15 years, all what I do professionally with my team from all over the world is promoting Tesla life philosophy that we were really honored to hear in a performance by David. So actually what we want to do with Teslapolis, just a minute. Our main aim with Teslapolis that we established, our main with Teslapolis that we established at the beginning of 2019 is to expand all our experiences that we had researching and promoting Tesla, first of all as a philosopher and a visionary of life of a near future for us, but at that time when he was living, life of the far future for most of the people. And we think, you will see from my presentation, gathering all the experiences so far, we think that time is now, that we have to act really come all together, because Tesla is under the spotlight, Nikola Tesla, not the car Tesla. And when I came first time in New York on 2005 to start this big adventure, nobody knew who Tesla was. Even in a hotel, it was really rare to find the people. Today, when I say in a taxi on the street, Nikola Tesla, everybody knows, young generation knows. And actually, they understood what he was talking about. So we as an adults, we actually have an obligation to bring this new world, to pioneer this new world envisioned by Tesla and based on his love for humanity to the life, to the reality. So as I said, in 2019, we formed the Teslapolis as a legal entity, research and development center, which is registered in Croatia but operates internationally. This is a basic crew you can see on the screen. And through the 2019, as David was really beautifully presented, actually brought Tesla spirit here for reality. We know that pioneering something doesn't mean that we will see the result of it, that we will see the materialization or life of it. But we have to start, we have to go. So establishing a research and innovation center is not an easy task. It takes a lot of effort, money, and skillful people, which we still don't have on all levels in the world, I can say that. So at the middle of the year, we decided that we're going to go with the Teslapolis online platform, which we branded, you see what it is, and we branched it to several activities, and we actually want to build community, which is kind of a phrase today. So let me think a minute to rephrase it. We don't actually want to build a community like Facebook and put people to communicate or whatever. We want to start to share how we understand that the future has to be done based on Tesla visions. And through all these sub-brands, we will try to offer examples that are already starting and existing and give people opportunity to connect how and if they want. Because what we find out through 15 years researching Tesla is there are many people who are really like Tesla, deeply individual, and they are not really open to network. They are very precocious about many things, which is understandable. So we just want to offer them what we collected so far. And we know that things will start grow so fast because we already have this experience, as you can see on the left side. In these 15 years, this is what we achieved through many means. So we literally already have millions of followers through the activities we did. And through 2019, you can see here what we've been doing. And the major core, what we were focusing on was a big exhibition that we set up on 2017-2018 in Zagreb, which was really a huge success. It actually brought for the first time the perspective of Tesla as a philosopher, humanitarian, as an artist, as a, let's say, as someone who came from Greek Olympus, like he liked to talk about it. So this was really a big success, which for me was expected, because it's maybe pretentious, but when you research a Tesla, you learn how you can be a visionary, how you can pave and pioneer the future. And the producers was scared because it wasn't a story about engineering electricity. It was a story about entertaining industry, about development of illusionism, film, animation, games, and things that kids, young people really understood today. So we made such a high interest for Tesla among people who will never really be interested in Tesla that we figured out that's the way to go. So we did it in Budapest last year. We've been there for 3 months, and it was, again, really, really big success because Budapest is much bigger city. It's one of the major touristic and cultural centers of Europe. So we've been selected as one of the top 10 exhibition in the middle of Electro Museum, Budapest Electro Museum area, which again was really big experiment to come among the scientists and engineers with such a story. And what really prized us a lot was the letter we got from the Society of the Electro Engineers of Hungary, which are mainly the old guys, like 60 plus. Okay, I'm not that younger anymore either. But let's say like people who are really not into the immersive exhibitions, into the interactive, into the philosophy, art, and stuff like that. They wrote us such a beautiful letter that we opened their eyes for Tesla again. So we knew that we are on a good path. So I will show you just shortly. We start building the web page we will developing. So from this web page you can go and research the exhibition more deeper, the story. I'll show you now the opening of the Budapest so that you can get a feel. So actually, as you can see, the exhibition is a fully immersive, and when we first did it in Zagreb, it was mind-blowing, for people were spending 3 hours. In Budapest, again, spending 3 hours in the middle of summer asking for the return ticket discount because they wanted to return. So what we are working now, I came to New York for this conference, but also we want to set up the exhibition here. Because it happened that last summer there were open 3 spaces in New York, in Chelsea. You can visit one exhibition of this kind, speaking about the immersiveness and use of technology, augmented virtual reality projections, and scenography. There is another place, Arcadia, which is near the Washington Square Park, and the third space, which is really crazy, Zero Space, which is just in this area, near the Hotel Pennsylvania. That we came here to talk with them, to negotiate, to make something like that, show like that for New York. Maybe next year, because for this year we are working for the big Vienna show, because Tesla was attached to Austria very much, and in Vienna actually we're working with one of the most attractive contemporary art centers today in Europe. We're trying to push it there. And we are absolutely sure that if we go into that environment, that we're going to get a quality people who never heard about Tesla. Once when they saw our story, you can see the quotations from the Hungarian Posts. Once when they see our story, they can't stop dig deeper and incorporate Tesla into their lives. And that's exactly what we want to achieve. Because that is what will propel ideas of Tesla and what will bring the world of the near future alive. So all this actually, how I started all this 15 years ago, because I'm coming from the animation professional world. I'm an animation film director and designer. So through my work, I learned that the patience and persistency is something which is really important. So I also, through all these activities you saw, I wanted to test it back into the animation community because it's, culturally speaking, very valuable community. And this December, I presented one of the brands from Teslapolis, Tesla Caravan, which is actually the group of 12 characters. You can see them here. which are, some of them are Tesla's very close friends, some are just contemporaries. Maybe they met, we didn't find some connections for the Georges Méliès, for example, and Edward Muybridge, but they were connected on an upper level, how to say, on this like a super creative level. They were part of the same family. So the story of the exhibition and the story that we want to continue is the story told through these 12 characters. And what makes it interesting is actually we designed them as a 19th century puppet, which makes us really easy to animate and make short videos. I will just play some for you. You can find all this on internet. So as you see, we have plenty of materials that, for example, if you need it for a play, come to us, we give you and prepare whatever we can. We've been doing this for 15 years, for this moment to come to give to all of you if you want something from us like this. So for the next year, we will intensively work on the caravan development in several directions. One is the short serial for the kids, maybe the YouTube channel, or maybe collaborate with Netflix if we manage to produce that. The collection of the short storybooks. And what we want to do is traveling pop-up Tesla corners. That's how we call it. We want to build the big pop-up books, like small sets for the corners of 10 to 30 square meters, so maybe we can accompany you on a Philly Fringe Festival. And we can give opportunities to people to enter into the Tesla story on a small scale and continue to develop that. And for the end of the presentation, I will just present shortly the Kino Tesla brand, because it's also something which is very interesting and also which helping us actually to finance and propel all what we do into direction of promotion Tesla, not mainly animation. So in the meantime, the exhibition and all these promotion materials came up from these two movies, which one of them will be finished, the Mechanical Figures will be finished as a feature documentary this year, and the Tesla, The Invention of a Dream. We hope to progress to the phase to end the development. I will show you now just shortly the teaser. Just a minute. I'm sorry, I got it last night from director Branislav Brkic from Belgrade, so I didn't have time to put a subtitle. But you got the idea of what kind of worlds we built. And for the end, I will show you actually the documentary I started 15 years ago that expanded into all these satellites that film industry asked me to finish the movie. So I hope this year I'm going to finish it as a 99-minute, very interesting documentary. Sorry, the internet is a little bit. Let's try again. Smaller. Maybe. too many use of the internet, huh? I'm sorry, but okay. As I said, you can see all of these materials are showed here. You can see on the internet.
His belief was so far, so he did experiment in his own way, and people suspected that he was a crazy man, mad man. But
I was like Tesla. He didn't want to work for Edison. He wanted to do his own thing. I wanted to do my own thing, and I was searching.
What intrigues me most about Tesla is people don't know who Tesla is. Here's the man, when I say, let's remove one name from history, and you put a Tesla, what happens? All the lights go out, everything stops working. And people say, what is this guy?
So that's, with the Tesla, it's always on the border of magic, it's like he was always some kind of positive personage in my imagination.
I think that primarily the one thing about him that most inspires me is how he felt that no matter what you did in your life, if you were an engineer or, a ditch digger or whatever, that everything could be done also as an artist or as a poet, that you could be an engineer and be many other things.
I was, of course, inspired by him in that sense, but my idea is that because I wanted to set up or establish a space civilization.
So just to say that this trailer you saw was done 2006, what it is now, 14 years ago. And at that time, when we for the first time start showing it, it gives us opportunity because it was big innovation in documentary. It wasn't using animation that time. It was innovation in animation, not just documentary, and in storytelling. So I'm just saying that to show you how you never know what will propel your work. And this really brought attention to what we do internationally, what give us opportunity to finance our researches further and to bring us today to speak about really serious and one of the biggest European research organizations that have a really strong impact, believe it or not, on Latin America with our Spanish colleague. So I'll be here the whole day. Mail me, look on the website. However we can complement each other, we are ready to collaborate. Thank you.
Wow, it was beautiful, Elena. What fascinating work, and I'm excited to see a lot more. So we're going to go for a little break of 15 minutes, a coffee break, and then we're going to come back with more speakers. So yeah, please.
TMI. Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Again, Mark Alessi, thank you for having me here today. And a big thank you to Nick Lonchar and the Tesla Science Foundation for carrying the torch of Nikola Tesla's legacy for so long, and for gathering us here every year to celebrate Nikola Tesla's legacy. So the Tesla Science Center, I got to say, it's been a long journey for a number of my board members who decades ago realized how important the Tesla lab is from a worldwide historical perspective. And they set out on the mission to save it. And that world record-breaking crowd fund, it's been broken a couple of months ago. The 20 Million Trees campaign has now surpassed the 33,000 donors that we had. And the last I checked, there were over 40,000 donors. But again, for a great cause, and for a cause that Tesla would have truly celebrated in planting, 20 million trees to try to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. As you know, Nikola Tesla was way ahead of his time when he was pushing for using the Earth's forces to energize our lives. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, as some of his contemporaries were involved with fossil fuels, he felt that was not the way to go. And so it's obviously, we're not too upset that the 20 Million Trees campaign has beat us, but hopefully the next time we do a crowdfund with your help, we can take that title back. So I'd like to give you a quick update on where the campaign is at, and I'm learning Doug's computer right now. That'll work. So for those of you who have not been to this conference before or have seen what our mission is, yes, we saved Nikola Tesla's last standing lab, which is located on Long Island. It's a 16-acre property. And the mission is to launch a science center and museum dedicated to telling the accurate Nikola Tesla story, preserving his legacy, and preserving his ethos in everything that we do. Part of that is going to be celebrating the past, and that is going to be in the museum, which is going to be located in the lab building, and I'll show you pictures. And in that lab building and in that museum, that is where the Tesla story will be told through groundbreaking and innovative exhibits that tell his story, not only about what happened on the site, but all of his inventions, his life story. We look to connect with other Tesla organizations like the Belgrade Museum or the museum in Smiljan at his birthplace in the house, or in, I met some folks here that are looking to preserve some Tesla sites like the Adams Power Plant at Niagara Falls, or on the other side of the Niagara Falls on the Canadian side. So as sites pop up for this inventor who was almost forgotten, if we link up and we provide virtual reality links with each other, and we provide a great experience for all of our visitors, I think that'll help ensure that his legacy is preserved. On the site, which you'll see a picture of our site plan, we have a lot of room to grow outside of that lab building. And to truly celebrate Nikola Tesla, if all we did was look at 100 years ago and tell his story from 100 years ago, if miraculously he walked on site and saw his museum, he would be disappointed, because he's a futurist. This is a man that at the early part of the 20th century was talking about what the cell phone was going to be like. He didn't call it the cell phone, but he said you'd carry a device in your coat pocket and call anybody in the world or talk to anybody in the world wirelessly and send pictures and movies. And people said he was crazy. No matter what decade you're in, truly cutting edge and innovators are not really understood, and Tesla was definitely one of those. So we're going to celebrate him, but we're going to celebrate the innovators of today. And obviously I have a picture of Elon Musk here, not because he runs Tesla Motors, although that is just, ironic, but he is like a Tesla. And there's many others like Elon Musk, whether it's Troy Dorsey or Larry Page, or these are folks that are changing our lives. And that is what these innovators are all about. So we'll celebrate the innovators of today in a science center and talk about cutting edge science. Where is artificial intelligence going that is getting layered on robots? It will be relatable to Tesla because Tesla built some of the first robots. But so where did Tesla's technologies go? Where are they today? In what form? And then where are they going? So in the Science Center, we would have contemporary exhibits, we'd have STEM education, and we'd actually have some entrepreneurship education. A lot, and we already had this as part of our mission, but we have a worldwide member base and a worldwide donor base. So this is not going to be a New York museum or a United States museum. This is a worldwide museum. And so if we have members and benefactors all over the world, if we have programming, being we were saved by the internet, which Tesla foretold about, we are going to use that internet, and we're going to use the ability to have virtual programming on STEM and on entrepreneurship and convene people to the site virtually and hopefully in person. And then the last piece is helping the Teslas of today with some innovation space in the form of a business accelerator or a maker space. So that is the mission in a nutshell. Our board continues to grow. We have our original founders board, and we've added 2 board members to the board this year, Joe Campolo and Andrew Mitchell. We have grown our staff over the past year, so we're looking to launch, which you'll see later in the slide deck, our first building that's going to be open to the public this year. So with that, we started some pilot programs in actual programming, and that takes bandwidth and that takes staff. Plus it takes staff to actually get ready to start building things. There's a lot that happens before you put the shovel in the ground, and all that's been happening over the past year, which I'll report to you. In addition to the board and the staff, the only way that we're going to expand and fulfill our mission is with great collaborators. So yes, I mentioned Elon Musk. He's a large benefactor for the site. And I'm happy to report that just this past month, meaning December, the Musk Foundation has pledged $100,000 every year for operational and is going to consider another capital gift as part of the campus. We have, the past year, we started doing exhibits on the West Coast, and very quickly that exhibit in Oakland, which is not too far from Tesla Motors, was getting filled up by Tesla Motor employees. And so we started holding Tesla Motor employee nights, and we only could have fit about 120 people in this facility. It was a small, it was basically a big apartment. I was going to call it a small warehouse, but it's a big loft. And but our restriction was 120 people. When we announced it and it was put out to Tesla Motors for these special nights, they sold out in 5 minutes, and employees that couldn't get through were upset. So we committed to coming back a week or 2 later and doing the same thing. Finally, I said, this is not very efficient. It's very expensive for us to come out here, and we don't really have the bandwidth to do this, every single month for the next year. So why don't you bring us to your headquarters and let me hold an exhibit and educate workers on what's happening at the Tesla Science Center. So this week we had an invitation to a 10,000 employee conference in San Jose in February, where we'll bring Tesla coils and some of the exhibits that we have. Again, we're just starting to put them together. So we're looking forward to that. Over the past year, actually it's maybe a little bit longer than a year now, Vint Cerf, I know I said Tesla foretold of the internet. Vint Cerf invented the internet. And for those of you Americans here that are saying, well, I thought that was Al Gore, even Vint Cerf says he had a part. He put some money into commercializing it, but this is the gentleman that led the team on the DARPA project to start connecting computers over the internet protocols. And the first time I talked to Vint Cerf, he said, yeah, I'd like to get in the, I'd like to help you in some way. Maybe I can, donate or, and I said, you're one of the few people I've met that is like Nikola Tesla. And he asked, what do you mean? So Nikola Tesla invents the motor and the transformers and helps distribute alternating current electricity. And he rips up his royalty contract to make sure it proliferates and changes humanity. And that is just, I'm somebody that commercializes technologies. So typically I like to see inventors and those who commercialize profit from their inventions. That is a pretty good motive. But there's a beauty to somebody that selflessly gives up that profit because he wants to see humanity move forward. Vint Cerf did the same thing. He invents the internet and he does not put IP protections around it. He makes it open source so that people can add to it because he knew the value and that it would change our lives, and it has. As you can see, Novak Djokovic was at the site a few months ago after the US Open, and he is committed to helping the site launch. He is very interested in STEM education and entrepreneurship, and he said that he wants to see us, he wants to make sure that we remain focused on being an international World Historic Site. And so we're glad to have him involved. And Greg Olson, who's actually joining us here today, he's in the crowd in the back. He has been one of our earliest supporters in the crowdfund and even afterwards, and has been so important as an advisor. Again, an example of someone that understands entrepreneurship and innovation and the execution of goals and keeping things on track. And so he's been such an important advisor to us. And the slide is, you can't see the whole thing, but we had, if you ever heard of the Tesla Band, they reached out to us over the past year. They named the band Tesla because they felt Tesla's legacy in the mid-'80s was not, people didn't know who he was. And Troy Luccketta, the drummer, was reading the Tesla biography when they were trying to figure out what to name the band. And they said, hey, if we're becoming notorious, maybe we can help keep this name alive until somebody else picks up that mantle. So they did that. They just came out with an album, and they're collaborating with us in every single media market that they go to as they go on tour this coming year. They put the lab building and the tower on the cover of the album, and they're trying to make sure that they spread the word of how important it is to, we saved the property, but now we have to rehab the lab and open it to the public. And I'll give you a report on that. Matt Inman, as you know, was a big part of our crowdfund. He is a super blogger with a huge following on social media and has really helped show us what it takes to reach out to the crowd and get them involved. And I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of people. I don't have their pictures. So Rich Moxley, Eugene Sion, Peter Klein, Nick Lonchar from the Tesla Science Foundation, and the Robert David Lyon Gardner Foundation. A number of these are major benefactors for us that have also just stayed involved. So our progress to date. This is a $20 million project, and I could detail where that is going. $15 million is going towards the construction, not only of the lab building and the exhibits that go in the lab building, and this is a very lean budget when you start looking at what museums cost. We're opening a visitor center with that $15 million of capital, and we are doing all of the soft costs of taking a 16-acre property that was a Superfund site, getting all the permits, doing all the engineering, doing all of the infrastructure that goes underground that nobody sees, that's necessary when you're opening a site of this magnitude. And then in that $20 million, there's $5 million allocated towards staffing and ramping up and doing programming as people start to visit the site. So this has been an ongoing project. We started but we're continuing to raise funding. We raised up to $8.2 million to date. We just closed or obtained a $750,000 grant from the state of New York. So that is included in that $8.2 million. What's not included in that, and actually I think that number is a little bit higher, is we probably raised close to $1 million of operational funding. So we're probably closer to 9.2. But we're still out there making sure that we have the resources necessary to open the site. But we're getting started now, and we'll be opening our first building this year, which I'll get to. We were able to get on the National Historic Register last year. This was a very important component of what we were doing, in that this helps ensure the site is preserved into the future. Somebody can't, get this site and then decide to tear it down and put condos up. That was the original threat. And it does open us up for some federal funding for the project. So listed on the Historic Register, the progress on site. We hired our architectural firm this year, BLD Architecture. We hired our engineering firm this year after exhaustive RFP processes. That's going to be Cameron Engineering, and they've already started working. We filed our first permits. So we filed 2 sets of permits, one for the visitor center, because it's considered a separate property. And although we're going through a number of bureaucratic processes to get our permits because it was a Superfund site, we believe we cleared most of those hurdles and should be getting those permits within the next month. And we're breaking ground in March on the first building. It's going to be the visitor center. I'll show you a picture. And we believe that by September, we're going to be open to the public. So it's been a long time coming. The site's been closed for decades. It was purchased in 2013. But now, by the end of this year, you all will be welcome to Wardenclyffe. The other permits that were filed with a site plan. So the visitor center is a specific portion of this property and considered a separate property according to our town. The rest of the 16 acres have to go through an exhaustive review, and we began that review process. It takes about a year. Once that's done, we'll have the permits in hand to do real work on the lab. We have done some work on the lab, which I'll show you in a future slide. But by the end of this year, you're going to see some real work in earnest on the actual historic lab building. And we hired our first exhibit designers. So being we're opening our first building to the public, they need to see something. And you've seen some of our exhibits, and we have some decent exhibits, but we want world class. So we did a worldwide RFP. We combed through hundreds of proposals, and we found 2 firms that teamed up that have a worldwide reputation, and they're doing our first exhibits. Part of them are going to be virtual. Part of them are going to be able to actually come in through your computer at home, and then part of them are going to be on site. So this is on my computer you can't see too well. Hopefully you can see it in your seat. This is the lab building right here. This is the tower base. This is the visitor center right here that is going to be opening this year. When you come on site, you come in through Randall Road. By the way, this is named Tesla Road on the right side. You're going to come down this path, and there's buildings all around the lab building right now. So once that site plan is approved this year, those buildings are going to be torn down. And the board's goal was to make sure that when you drive on site, the focal point is the historic lab building. And so we're getting those buildings out of the way. They don't have a lot of value architecturally. Actually, they would cost more money after decades of decay to try to revamp. So getting them out of the way and then starting fresh if we ever need more buildings outside of the lab building, architects and engineers said actually makes more economic sense. There's a building right here that we will keep for some time, and we're doing a construction survey to determine what it costs to be able to put some programming in there. But it takes pressure off the lab building for storage and things that you don't want to waste inside of a historic lab building. And so this is a good picture of the site. What says Science Center up here is a placeholder. In phase one, we don't have the money to build a big science center. We're not sure that this place warrants a big science center behind the lab building. But this site is big enough to build another building that will not crowd the lab building and put more programming and exhibits there. So this is the first building. This is a house that's been on the site since the 1920s. Mind you, Tesla left, but somewhere between 1907 and 1917 when he lost control of the property. So he didn't stay in this house. It was a speakeasy during Prohibition in the United States when alcohol was illegal, and it was a house to a local family. The only reason we're dealing with this building now is because we can open it right away. And it's relatively inexpensive for us to get it open to the public. So it'll be about 2,200 square feet. It'll house some classroom spaces for having school children come on site. And it'll have an exhibit room, and it'll house administrative offices. The next building is the lab building. Now, this is a picture of the status of the lab building as of about a month or two ago. We've opened up some of the windows, and we're starting to restore the windows. We're allowed to do that without the site plan being done. We started doing work on the chimney and cupola because, again, we're making sure that the building doesn't degrade any further, so the town will let us do that, although we had to get permits for that as well. But we can't, really go inside and do the kind of work that we want to do until we have the site plan approved. But here's some of the renderings of historically what the building looked like and what we're trying to restore it to. And our goal, if we're starting by the end of this year in earnest on the lab building, is to give ourselves until the beginning of 2022 to open it to the public. And then this is a rendering as if we ever build the larger science center behind the lab building, but that is just, again, a placeholder. That's the capital campaign. Like I said, we had to get started on programming, and it's been a great year. The year started off with this ultra runner on the top left picture. He calls us up and he's like, I want to raise awareness for your cause. I'm going to run from Manhattan to Wardenclyffe, which is about 70 miles. It took him 2 days. He ran straight. Only times he stopped was for laundromats to dry his clothes. It was, and it got highlighted in Runners Magazine, and then other runners have said, let's create a Tesla run and raise funding and raise awareness for Wardenclyffe. So he came up with the idea, and he's inspired others to try to help us in the runner community. Joe Sikorsky, who presented earlier today, helped us with a number of presentations of Tower to the People, his documentary. We've taken it from Long Island and New York. We showed it out in the Silicon Valley when we had that exhibit out there. We've showed it in Austin during the South by Southwest Tech Conference. And it really brought in a whole new crop of people interested in helping us out. We did attend the South by Southwest conference, and I presented our plans there, and that helped bring a number of innovators to the table that were attending that tech conference. A gentleman joined our board of advisors, which, Greg, you haven't met him yet. He's fantastic, though. His name is John Cohen. He's out of MIT and out of IBM's artificial intelligence labs, and we met him at South by Southwest. We partnered with local universities on some of their arts programs. So Currents of, I'm going to mess this up, Mayumana was a dance troupe that set the entire program to electricity and currents. So the university brought us in to try to talk about one of the gentlemen, Nikola Tesla, that made all that possible. We had our local STEM programming throughout the year in local schools. We started in the Long Island schools. Our goal is to grow it concentrically to the New York region, and then, like I said, virtually working with all states and then worldwide. But we had to start somewhere, and we're going to start small and build upon it. We opened up Wardenclyffe a number of times with guided tours. We held the Tesla Birthday Expo this year, which we've done every year for the past few years, but this one was special. The Tesla birthday party grew every year from 300 to 500 to 600 people. This year, because of some of the folks we met in the Silicon Valley, one of those folks was a guy named Greg Lay, who works for Google X, but his side project is called Lightning on Demand, and he built the biggest Tesla coils in the world. And he was helping us in the Silicon Valley by firing off those Tesla coils in the parking lot of our exhibit and really electrifying the crowd in a good way. And then he decided, I want to bring the biggest Tesla coil in the world to Wardenclyffe. And he drove 5 days from California to New York and fired it off. The excitement of having this done at our birthday party tripled the crowd. And I believe we had close to 1,200 or 1,300 people on site. I might be off on that number, but I know it might be north of that. But altogether, we tripled attendance on site to over 3,000 people this year. And we're not open to the public. This is just outdoor events that we're trying to make sure that people have access to the site. I'm not going to go through every single event, but each of our events has grown. Our holiday event has drawn now 600 people to the site. So the crowd is growing. Last piece is on our education programs. We have a program called Tesla Mania for science teachers. We grew it from a New York event. We started advertising it across the country. Science teachers come to off-site now. It's at State University of Stony Brook, and they share their best presentations in class. We launched a teacher training program. So one of our board members, Rich Gerns, is a master physics teacher, and he helped write the NGSS standards, the new generation science standards in both New York and the US. And now all science teachers have to get 200 hours of training every 5 years, and we're certified to provide that training. So for those of us who are saying Tesla's not in the curriculum, this is our surreptitious way to make sure he gets in that curriculum by working with those science teachers, then eventually injecting into the curriculum lesson kits and items that help put them at the forefront. And then finally, the actual STEM programs where we're going into the schools, we're starting to grow those programs. And so I guess I'll stop there and either take any questions or suggestions.
So you're going to have something this summer, like on the 9th or 10th of July again this year?
Yeah, so do we know the date off the top of our head? Doug, are you in the room? I think it's 11th. We try to find the Saturday closest to his birthday. So just remember that always. We'll always have an event.
You'll advertise it.
Yes, absolutely. And Greg Lay is coming back with the largest Tesla coil in the world.
Like you can get the Tesla band or another.
So,
They're on tour.
yeah, so they do want to do something. Let me just say that. They might not be able to do it in July because of their tour. They have certain contractual obligations and where they can go close to the areas that they're already going. But they want to do something on site, and they want to do something that's beneficial to us. So we're working with them. But I don't know if it'll be during the birthday party.
And you know you can use the Tesla coil as a loudspeaker.
So I've seen it on a small scale. I'll leave that to Greg Lay. Right. That might be awesome. And there's one other performance band that I'm familiar with called Architect, who uses Tesla coils, and they shoot electric into their guitars while they're playing wearing Faraday suits. And they wanted to come to site, so if we can't get the Tesla band on site for the birthday party, we'll try to get them. So we haven't. There are programs at Niagara Falls, and I've wanted to go and find ways to collaborate, and bandwidth is always an issue. So luckily, with Nick Lonshaw putting together this conference, two of the people from the Niagara Falls areas are here. So we're talking here about, they have an event in September that we'll plan to be at, and I think each Tesla site needs to hook up with each other. Oh, sorry.
Can you build another tower and get it working?
Yes. Not getting it working. No, I have no idea what that would cost. I don't think Tesla knew what that was going to cost. But, we always said that we would build some form of the tower. The tower is originally 187 feet. And at first, and this is what happens when you have a local organization saying, well, we got to worry about the town's height restrictions. Then we had advisors that have done a lot of national and international projects, and they're like, local towns don't get in the way of World Historic Sites. Let's see if we can build the real, the tower. So we'll have a form of the tower, whatever we're able to get approvals for. But it's not one of the first things we do, because that's going to cost millions in and of itself. We have to open the buildings first.
The land that you build the Science Center, is it privately owned?
It's owned by the not-for-profit Friends of Science, and they're doing business as the Tesla Science Center. So it's the not-for-profit that's opening the museum. They were able to buy the property free and clear, and the state of New York and the local governing jurisdictions eliminated the property tax on the property. So the property, in terms of ownership and economics of holding onto the property, are in a very good place. But now it's the rehabbing of the property that we're raising money for.
That's the question. Since it's a Superfund site, I thought there's federal money available if you have to clean up some dirt. I thought there's money available for it.
So actually, the cleanup is done, and it wasn't done by the federal money. The prior owner, which was Peerless Photo, bought it after Tesla no longer had the property. They had a number of successors and interest. The last successor in interest was Agfa Corp, a multinational corporation. All those successors in interest were involved with film processing. At one point, in the 30s and 40s, before people knew better, they were just dumping the chemicals in the ground. There was some heavy metals involved with that. That has been cleaned up to New York State environmental standards and then capped. So moving forward, whenever we open up soil or foundation, we have to have it tested. And there's just 2 extra levels of review, which adds months and months to when we're doing permits. We have a New York State DEC involved, which is not typically involved in these kinds of projects. And we have the actual AGFA, who is part of the process when we do this. If contamination is found again, it's still AGFA that actually pays for that cleanup. But we continue to scour any government grant money that's available. Right. But right now, as far as we know, everything is contained, and it's just more about the approval process. It's not a cleanup process anymore. All right. Thank you so much for your time. We have a booth here. Please feel free to stop by.
Thank you, Mark. All right. So, I just wanted to say something before I continue. So a lot of these speakers don't really know that I put something together for them. And I spoke to Mr. Nicola Lonchar that I think this year we should do something a little bit different, and I feel every speaker deserves a proper introduction. So I did a little homework, and I put everything together for them. And I think just to show a little respect and a little bit about their lives and work involving Tesla as well. So just wanted to say that. All right, we'll continue with our next speaker from Canada, Vic Georgievich. Vic Georgievich is the president and director of Nikola Tesla Education and a professional CPA accountant with over 32 years' experience in the Canada Revenue Agency. As an auditor, manager, and director, Vic turned his passion for Nikola Tesla into a retirement movement. Mr. Georgievich is the visionary and driving force behind the Nikola Tesla Education NTEC, which he established with a few close friends in 2014. By 2016, NTEC has made its mark by renaming an iconic roadway to Nikola Tesla Boulevard. The Nikola Tesla Boulevard is an exit at one of Canada's busiest highways, the QEW, that connects Canada's largest city to Niagara Falls and the USA. Under Vic's leadership, Nikola Tesla Education has established a Nikola Tesla Award in all Hamilton public schools. The NTEC has given hundreds of Nikola Tesla Awards to elementary and secondary school students and established an annual $10,000 Nikola Tesla scholarship. Vic takes every opportunity to inspire and educate students about Tesla and is an accomplished presenter in schools, science fairs, and general public. He dedicates most of his time to Nikola Tesla education, and as a sideline, Vic operates a tax consulting business. So please all welcome Vic.
Thank you. I'll just need a little technical assistance to hook up the laptop, please. HDMI, perfect. Can you get it in there? Right there. Awesome, thank you. Perfect. There we go. Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to be here for the second time with this presentation and to kind of bring you insight into what is happening in Canada. As you've heard already quite a bit about us, the key thing to us is that we are the equivalent of a 501k in the States. We are a registered non-for-profit corporation and a registered charity, which gives us some incredible preferential treatments in Canada for tax benefits for our donors and stuff like that. Our mission is really simple. It is to educate the public about Nikola Tesla and to inspire the youth to understand his work and further his life and accomplishments, and to help build education and inspire the kids. Of course, we started in Hamilton because I am kind of grew up in Hamilton, even though I don't live in Hamilton anymore. But to our astonishment, Hamilton was the first major city in Canada. It is the equivalent of Buffalo to U.S. Hamilton is to Canada. And it only happened a couple years after everything happened in the Buffalo. These gentlemen, as they're referred to commonly as the Five Johns, discovered Tesla. The main visionary was John Patterson. He discovered Tesla in 1890, and from then on started following Tesla. He visited the Adams Power Generating Station and wanted to do the same thing in Canada, but couldn't because the water rights were given to the American company that was building the Adams Power Generating Station. So they had to find an alternative, and they did. And they also consulted directly with Tesla and made it all possible. And Hamilton became the engine house. As a result of all of that, history piece, we were successful to obtain approval from the city of Hamilton to name really an iconic road over one of the busiest highways in all of Canada to be called Nikola Tesla Boulevard. And we made sure it had to be the full name, Nikola. It had to be there. So that was the critical thing. They designated July the 10th, Nikola Tesla Day, which was the day that was the official ribbon cutting for the Tesla Boulevard, and they are endorsing our annual Tesla Electric City Festivals that we do now. So this is Nikola Tesla Boulevard. As you can see, huge signs. Exit number 90, that means it's 90 kilometers into Canada, starting at Fort Erie, or just as soon as you cross Buffalo. That's where the number 1 is. So this highway goes all the way towards Toronto. Major traffic thoroughfare. And every day now, you hear traffic reports. Of course, the QEW has major traffic issues, and frequently traffic is backed up at Nikola Tesla Boulevard. So we're constantly now hearing, from a traffic perspective, about Nikola Tesla, all right? And the name starts resonating. I was telling a gentleman outside as well, Canada's largest newspaper is the Toronto Star. And a reporter is driving by and says, like, what's this? This wasn't here before. And goes back, does the research, and then he puts an editorial report about Nikola Tesla through the Toronto Star, which goes across the country. And he records a video explaining exactly why this happened and what Tesla contributed to society. So, as you've already heard, $10,000 scholarship, 3 have been awarded to date. 125 awards have been presented to public schools, and that's the key thing here. They are public schools in the regular education system. They're not some private schools. That's where it's important. And I take this wisdom from a gentleman by the name of John Wagner, who was a teacher in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and that's his focus was, you have to get it to the general public, the general American public. In his view, he has been instrumental in placing 17 or 19 Tesla buses at some of the critical universities. And we've also award at a major science fair, and that's the local science fair. Interestingly enough, the first child that we found with a Nikola Tesla award was in 2015. By the time, he was in grade 7 at that time. By the time he got to grade 10, he was the second top science award at the fair. He got sent to the International Science Fair, and he placed 4th in mechanical engineering among 80 nations competing against university students. This kid is a genius himself. And when we were doing the Tesla Boulevard, he said, there are Teslas all around us. We just have to wake them up. And the child was only in grade 8 at that time. So this is what this is all about, waking up the children. That's why we are an educational organization geared to getting it into the school curriculum, getting the kids at elementary grades to understand who Tesla is. But this is a challenge to all of you here and to all who may be watching. It is not hard to establish a Nikola Tesla award. In school, our awards are actually cash awards, unlike the subject awards that most children receive, which is a little plaque or a little certificate. This one carries $25. But the kids are excited about receiving $25. So think of this, and a challenge to all of you. Raise $1,000 and donate it to the school board to place a $25 award in a school. You have now just touched 40 schools. And the power of this is incredible. This year, when we heard something about this festival thing, I get a call from a student, or not a call, an email, and he wants to bring his award to the festival. And I said, by all means. And I started looking which kid it was, find out that he just received his award in June, and this was August, and the festival in September. This student not only brought his award, he volunteered on Saturday to help. On Sunday, he brought a science project that we started introducing to the festival, bringing in kids to show off their science project so other kids can see, okay? And all this happened because we gave him a $25 award. We've now just converted not just a child, but that school. Now they're starting to hear the name constantly inside the schools, and all it costs us is $1,500 because we have 60 schools. The Hamilton, Ontario, the city itself is now working with us. The festival facilities, we'll talk a little bit more about that, are free to us. They give it to us. It's a museum, free of charge. But they are also working with us to fund a public art project. Now, this project is called Hamilton, the Electric City, Nikola Tesla and the Five Johns. It has to go through public art process, so we don't know exactly what the project is going to look like. This particular project was built by Les Drysdale. Les Drysdale is the gentleman who built the Niagara Falls, Canada statue. So this is the vision he did of another project in Hamilton that is historically accurate. So this is the concept that I love. I love the water feature. I love the statue, smaller statue in the middle. And we want to surround that with the history of Hamilton, so teachers will be able to educate people right there by coming to that. So we run events. We do a gala. That's our major fundraising. Last year we raised $25,000 for the Public Art Project at that gala. We're coming up to the gala, and if anybody is interested in coming to Canada, you see the figure here of $100. That's 100 Canadian, $80 US, and we're inviting everybody to come. This year, a very unique feature to the gala is going into the Rankin Power Generating House station. So that's closed to the public, but it will be open for our visitors. So this is a very unique scenario, a unique opportunity to actually see a power generating station. This one was officially opened on January 1st, 1905. And if you remember me making a comment that the water rights were to the Americans, it was the same people. Rankin, William Birch Rankin, was the president of the company that built the Adams Generating Station. That is the prototype for this power generating station. This picture that you see here was taken by myself. And as you can see, 100% intact. Okay? So, we work in presentations, get into schools, into science fairs. I present to a science fair audience of over 1,000 students, and we educate them. This is done now annually, and we get into that. The interesting thing is electric vehicle societies, they're now totally in tune with us, and the local societies, local vehicle owners are coming out to show off their vehicles and to educate the public about their whole concept. And we go into other places as well. As you can see, annual Tesla Festival. This started with the formal ribbon cutting in 2016, and we decided to continue it every year. As you can see, the amazement on a child's face when he encounters Tesla or technology. And that's what this is all about. We're inspiring the next generation. Okay? Some more pictures of that. This is a building. It's 1913 Pump House, part of this museum. The incredible element of this, when you look at this building from outside, it almost looks like it was the same architect that designed Wardenclyffe. The windows, the features, everything looks almost identical. I was shocked when I saw that. So we're inside this building. We have 3 buildings that we're into, and we also have outside, so a lot of space to work with. As I mentioned, the EVs. This year we had 12 different models, including a motorcycle. The gentleman at the bottom there that you see his back to us, that's actually the mayor of the city of Hamilton. So he's on board now as well. And we just met with him a few days ago as well. Our next festival is September 20th of 2020. The interesting thing about September is this September is the 160th anniversary of that waterworks, as they called it, when they opened it. And they had a problem. And their problem is that we are too big of a draw in September for them to compete on their celebration of their 160th anniversary. So we've reached an agreement. Instead of doing our festival the last weekend of September, we moved it up 1 week. So this year, it's going to grow. Our festival last year had 1,750 attendants. This year, we're up to 2,300. Next year, we're projecting in excess of 3,000 people attending. Our festival is free. But the wonderful thing, all the kids receive back-to-school supplies. So we produce 1,000 packages that we give away for free. For those who are also interested, this is a new book that just came out. It was released officially on July the 9th of 2019. I've got copies of it here. It is a hard book to find to buy because it's geared to educators. So that's why it's not available in your general Barnes & Noble or whatever, or as it is in Canada. So I specifically ordered it. We are working with the author, and we've already started some preliminary discussions of taking this book and adding to it the historical component of the 1890s to 1914. The reason that period is important, in the Canadian school curriculum, it specifically talks that Canada changing society, and it's those years. And it's to be taught in grade 8. So we are entering it in from a historical perspective of teaching history as our entry point, because we've got the historical connection with Hamilton. It is exactly when this thing happened. 1890 is when John Patterson first discovered about Nikola Tesla. By 1896, they were in direct collaboration with Tesla himself. By 1898, power came to Hamilton. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. But in the next decade, Hamilton's population in one decade grew by 75%. I can now directly link why even myself, as a Serb, came to Hamilton. It was directly because of the industry that blossomed in Hamilton. They could not contain the growth. It was incredible. The impact is it defined Canada as an advanced society. As this did for Hamilton, Buffalo and Niagara Falls did that for the States. I've been doing research just for another presentation I just did. There's 1 billion people in the world today that are still not connected by power. 591 million of them are in Africa. Take a look very easily. What does it mean not to have power? Knowledge is not transferred because you don't have access to it. You don't have the ability to study at night. You don't have the technology. None of that exists. And if anybody does not understand what it means not to have power, just remind him of 2003. The Eastern Seaboard, including this area here and including Ontario, Canada, lost power for a week. I had an extra week holiday. It was great. Nothing functioned. Nothing. Not even the trains could run. Why? Because they need switches to operate. They need ramps to come down. Everything. All of that stuff stops. So if anybody is interested in getting a copy of that book, please see me. I brought some with me, but we're making sure that this is a great book for kids. It's historically accurate. It's very easy to read, and it's a great lesson. Next element, I want to bring you to Niagara Falls, Ontario. Niagara Parks Commission, through no thanks to me, let me put it that way, just named the area around the Tesla statue. It's called the Nikola Tesla Plaza. That just was released about a month and a half ago. And the trail that leads from the statue over to the first and major power generating station, Rankin, is now called the Nikola Tesla Trails. That was just done, and as I say, no thanks to any of our contribution. Now, take a look at these two pictures. As you can see, one's early 1900s and one's 2019. 2019, of course, was taken by me. What is the difference between the two of them? Niagara Falls, New York, and Ontario, Canada. So Adams Power Generating Station, the station that we were hearing about, this is what it looked like inside. As you can see, this is truly a prototype. Identical. This 2019, I've got hundreds of pictures if you want to look through them, okay? Or if anybody wants to, you can just go on Tesla Educational Facebook page, go to the photos, and you will see about 100 pictures inside the Rankin station. Rankin was the president, as I said, of that company, okay? And there is, as you can see, there's the plaque on it. In summer of 2021, Niagara Parks Commission has announced that it will be opening it up as an attraction to the public. So that gives us a great opportunity. What are you going to call this? All right? Are you going to call it the Rankin Station, or they sometimes even refer to it as the Niagara Power Generating? Well, that's the name of the company. This station, for everybody to know, was built by the exact same people, and the power was not for Canada, even though it was built in Canada. All of the power went straight down through Fort Erie into Buffalo and on to the U.S. So this had zero element for Canada. but they had the water rights. So when it opens, Niagara Parks Commission controls it, which is a branch, should we say, of the Ontario or Government of Canada. All right. I have already met with them and pitched them. And if you want to see the package that was presented again, you can go on to the Tesla Educational Facebook page and you will see, just scroll through the pictures and you will see the package that was done there. But what I need from you and from any other Tesla organizations around the world is to point out to Niagara Parks Commission, the CEO, that supporting this as a Tesla site will naturally and quickly attract resources, because they, as much as the building looks in pristine condition, it almost looks like they turned off the switches and took their packages with them. But the point is that eventually we need to do some more work on that building, okay? And they will need to do fundraising. And if I can get this to work, I'll just flip through some pictures and just give you an indication of what this is going to look like. It looks like inside, but it's almost in immaculate condition. Okay? There's me sitting at the control desk. Everything is still there. And if you look around, you will see all the controls on the wall. This is an incredible piece of history, and it will be preserved. It was decommissioned in 2009. It's sat now for 10 years, and now we're getting the building to be open to the public. So can you imagine this being called the Nikola Tesla Electric Museum? And then working with that, linking the other paths. This could be the centerpiece of the Tesla tourism corridor from Hamilton through Niagara. St. Catharines, by the way, is where the power generating station is. It still functions today. That was built in 1898. It is now the oldest, clearly the oldest one in Canada that is still functioning. And expanding that and moving on to Buffalo. And look at the doors to this place. You don't get buildings like this. The details is phenomenal. So like I said, if anybody wants to look at those pictures, you can see them yourself on the internet. It's there, all right? So I just wanted to share some of that stuff with you, and hope that you will follow through and help us build even further on that, and that will definitely be an attraction. They just need to put some more prototypes in there, but aside from that, this is actually an existing building. Can you imagine the cost? And I think Wardenclyffe has definitely alluded to some of the costs to try and build something as a showpiece. This thing exists. This is only about 500 feet up from the waterfalls. So in the heart of tourism. You've heard some numbers about tourism on the American side. The Canadian side is 16 million tourists per year. So once we put this right in the midst of that kind of tourism, what will that do? It will link everything with the statue, with the trail, with the water, everything historically. So this is what is so important for us, and I hope that you will support us and send those letters of endorsements over, and we will make sure that Nicola Lonchar can use that information and pass on that so that we can assemble as much as we can and then say to Mr. Adames, this is what we told you is going to happen, and see what is happening already. We pointed that out to him. Okay. If anybody is able to join us at the gala, by all means, that's our fundraiser. But that will be a great place where we are working, and we also have a direct link right now to the Premier of Ontario, and he more than likely will be joining us at the gala, which is, again, high-level politicians' engagement is a critical thing. Networking and impacting with like-minded organization is critical, and I've already established a couple here today. So the purpose of my trip here is always give you guys some information where we are with things, but at the same time to build some networks and connect with people. I think that's an important element. So thank you very much for your time. Yes.
Maybe see something about this first
Oh, yes. Yes, I can.
Okay. This is Roosevelt, and this is Roosevelt, so
Okay.
you can say something.
All right. I've been just asked to give you a little bit of insight. There's an award, and I'm happy to say that it is being presented to Violeta Zaric. Violeta Zaric, and thank you to the Tesla Society here. This is being done on my nomination. Violeta Zaric is behind Tesla's Ambassadors. Now, for those of you who may know about Tesla's Ambassadors, it was initially started by Nikola Tesla from Australia. Unfortunately, Nikola Tesla passed away. We lost him at a very young age. He wasn't even 60 years old when he passed away. But Violeta was from Canada. And Violeta is a dedicated workhorse, should we say, for the Tesla's Ambassadors and for Tesla's image. Violeta is also now helping us build our website because we had some issues, so she's helping us on that side. So it gives me great honor to take this award back to Violeta and present it to her. She is definitely a deserving person who is tirelessly working constantly for the image of Tesla. So anything you want to do sometimes, and she says, it is for Tesla, I've got to do it. And so I want to put a great big plug for the Tesla's Ambassadors and Violeta, and she's probably watching today. So if you want to give her a round of applause and appreciation for everything that she's doing for us. Thank you, Violeta.
Am I the only one freezing here? Because it's quite cold, right? So I apologize, had to put on a coat. So we'll continue with our next speaker, Fred Immendorfer. And he told me to say one sentence: Tesla, the future is now. The rest he will do.
Hi, my name is Fred Immendorfer, and I've been with the Nikola Tesla Science Foundation from the beginning. And today I talked about consciousness and Nikola Tesla. And I talk about the relationship between Tesla, the New Yorker Hotel, John J. Trump, which is Trump's uncle, and Donald Trump. And I talked about the bringing of the new world. I want to invite you to a journey with me about who Tesla really is. He's not just a genius and the world's most amazing inventor. He's more than that. And I invite you to go on a ride with me and explore this. What I'm going to be getting into a little bit later is nothing. It's not new information. It's been around about a year and a half. But it's pretty amazing. And I'd like to give you a little bit of a background in my life. When I was 17, I started a job in Manhattan, 41st Street, off of 6th Avenue, as a messenger. And it was half a block from Bryant Park. And Bryant Park is the place where Nikola Tesla would leave this building and walk down 8th Avenue to Bryant Park and connect with the pigeons. In the front of Bryant Park is the New York Library, Fifth Avenue, and that's where I met the Unification Church. And the head of the Unification Church was Reverend Moon. And Reverend Moon bought this building, and in 1975, when I joined, I got all my life savings together and presented it to the head of the New York area Unification Church, and I met him here in the lobby of the New Yorker, and I gave him my check, and I asked, well, can you use this money for this building? At the time, New York was in shambles. It was abandoned, and they were working, cleaning it up. So throughout the years, I was associated with this building, and even spent a little bit of time scraping old paint, plastering, and fixing it up. And in 1980, Reverend Moon would match people. Husband and wife. And I met my wife in that room across the hallway there in the grand ballroom, which I will get into a little bit later. And so a few years later, after that encounter with my wife, came the birth of my son and daughter. And they were born in Beth Israel Hospital on First Avenue, and we brought them home. And guess where that home is? Here. So my son David will be a presenter. So I didn't know who Tesla was, and I started getting involved in different, what one would call conspiracy theories, alternative news, and I never heard of Tesla. I was pretty deeply into it, and I wound up hearing about Tesla, and right away it clicked, and I needed to find out where can I meet Tesla people. So I went to meetup.com and connected with the Nikola Tesla Science Foundation. The Inventors Club, and I met Nick. And from there, we went on to have the first Tesla Science Conference in Independence Hall in Philly. The perfect spot on Tesla's birthday. So, just a little bit of background. So, a few of the presenters, I think David talked about the future in Tesla, and the lady from Croatia talked about the future in Tesla. And so, let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future for which I really work for is mine. So, what is the future that Tesla's talking about? Is it the year 2525? Is the future 100 years from now? Is the future 50 years from now? Or is the future now? and the future is now. This is the time that Tesla was talking about. So there's something that happened pretty amazing in the world events that happened in the room across from us, in the grand ballroom. Something happened that changed the world forever. And what might that be? What could have happened in the ballroom across that changed the world forever? Ground zero, where the pendulum of world history started swinging the other way. In this building that Tesla helped design, this building where Tesla left the world 77 years ago, this building where Tesla helped enlighten the world, enlighten the 20th century. He gave us robotics, TV, radio, electricity, the understanding of magnetism. He gave the world all of this for free. He had the original patents for the electric motor. He would have been the world's first billionaire back in the early 19th century if he tore up the contract with Westinghouse and said, "You don't have to pay me. My inventions are for the world." And he died penniless in this building. So what happened in that ballroom? 2016, November 10th, the day after Trump's election. That is the place where Hillary Clinton conceded to Trump. Trump became president. Whether you like Trump or not, if you're a Trump hater or a Trump lover, usually you're one or the other, there's not too many in between, you have to admit that the world will never be the same with Trump. The world changed here. This is ground zero. But what does this have to do with Tesla? Anybody know who that is?
Not J. Trump.
So, 77 years ago, when Tesla died, that day the FBI came, took all of Tesla's work, went into the basement, took 80 crates of Tesla's experiments, confiscated them. They didn't know what they had, so they asked somebody. They asked somebody from MIT, "Come, look at this. What is this? Can we use any of this for military purposes?" The man the FBI picked to be the first one to look at all of Tesla's work, this man, the uncle of Donald Trump. That's a fact. Whether you like it or not, that's a fact. Donald Trump mentioned his uncle a few times in some of his speeches, being a very smart man, teaching him about nuclear before nuclear ever happened or nuclear was talked about. John J. Trump went on to work on, I guess one of the first hydrogen colliders in Brookhaven, like CERN, back in the 50s. He went on to work with MIT to create high voltage healing cancer devices to heal people with cancer, medical devices. And his favorite nephew was Donald Trump, who lived in Queens. In those 80 crates, there's a lot of speculation what Tesla was working on, what's his experiments and stuff, and there's a rumor going around that Tesla was working on a time machine. Just a rumor. In 1894, let me see. Sorry, I'm not a professional speaker. Anyway, in 1894, a writer by the name of Ingersoll Rand wrote 2 books, or 3 books, but one of them was The Magical Adventures of Baron Trump in the Underground. And he wrote another book, The Last President, 1900. And these 2 books have a lot of similarities to Trump, and it's too much coincidence that what he wrote about in these books is about what's happening now. So it's true that Tesla lived here. It's true that Tesla died here. And when Tesla said, "My work is for the future and the future is now," the world is changing now. The world is going to a new place. So what David was talking about before, about the rest of this quote about Tesla in the future, Tesla's also talking about a better world where humanity loves each other, treats each other humanely, where the ego is thrown away. I mean, what Tesla is about is consciousness. That's what Tesla's actually about. He's not just an inventor. He's not just a genius. If you look into the numbers 369, what Tesla's talking about, if you understand that, if you understand magnetism, electricity, what Tesla is the bringing about of the new world, about the destruction of the New World Order. I believe what Trump is about is the destruction of the New World Order. So, humanity is about to go into a whole new realm, and we're not in Kansas anymore. And so as now everyone's becoming more and more aware of Tesla through the Tesla car, and there's more talk of Tesla, follow that. But how can you apply what Tesla's understanding to your life? How can you be a small Tesla and to help make the better world, to help make the better future, the future of the world? That's what I like to say. So, thank you.
I'm still cold. So, before we continue, I just went to the restroom and I found a card. Is there anybody called Elena Sinatra? Anybody here?
Yeah, I know Elena.
You know her, Elena? Okay, well, she dropped it. I was going to go shopping, but you know, I want to be good, you know. So, all right. So let's continue. And after our next speaker, we have lunch break. Finally. So the next speaker is from Arizona. He's the director of Arizona Tesla Science Foundation and president, Mr. Rob Mayer, and he's on his way. Yeah, okay. Rob doesn't really need much of introduction because people who know him, they know who he is.
I had to take a long way around.
I think you forgot your book. Can I have it? No, I'm just. Okay. All right, so.
I have all these details I have to do before I even get started.
I love his ponytail. Reminds me of the late Karl Lagerfeld.
Thank you. You know, after that gentleman's speech, you know, I, like everybody else, spends time on their paperwork or what they want to talk about. I was most impacted by that gentleman that was just talking. And I can tell you about what the foundation is doing, as many with hydro and alternative energy and supercapacitors, but what it all comes down to is we are spirits. We are human, living spirits that have to wake up. Wake up to save the world out there. And when I say save the world, there's a part of it that's not going to be saved because it has to go. So allowing the new to come in, allowing what Tesla was here to bring us all. And not only Tesla, there's thousands of Teslas out there that are working day in and day out, including this foundation as well as other foundations, to enlighten and show people how to lift the spirit, how to stop the, maybe the word is demagoguery against each other because you have a difference of opinion, or my technology is better than your technology, or who's going to make $1 and who isn't. We have a world out there, people, and that world is important for the children of the future. I started the Arizona Tesla Foundation for the children. I've dedicated every penny I have, and my partner,
and others. But the first part of the class for all of us is enlightenment. And enlightenment means you awakening, listening, and trying to take that message to other people to listen. When I see what President Donald Trump is doing, and others are doing in Washington, as well as other countries are doing, Canada's doing, the importance for all of us. We need to go and support each other in those avenues to come together. I've said this last year, and it's really important for me. It might not be for everybody, but for me it's very important. We need to work together. We can have the greatest inventions in the world, but understand inventions, there was not only one person involved in that invention, including Nikola Tesla, because he had somebody build it. He built it in his mind. Akasanandra taught him many, many Hindu teachings on how to operate within the mind-body complex, and that's important. That's important because all of you, including myself, are on a level of education and learning now. We have a planet out there that's in trouble. We have societies out there that are in trouble. As the gentleman mentioned, Africa, and I talk to Africa every single day, trying to get them to listen, to go to the junkyard, get these materials, and you can build this power unit. And I'm talking to people that have a cell phone, that are working with people that have no food, no money, no shelter, who are now, after years of work with these people, they have their own well, they're creating their own power to pump the water from the well, they're creating their own electricity, and you know what? All of you, including myself and everybody else that's out there, is a part of that. We can change the world for the better when we put our issues aside and work together. And once we do that, then we can change the world. If you see what Nikola Tesla went through, and I mean from digging ditches and sticking to his guns, as they say. This is who I am, this is what I do, and this is how I do it. He was a humanitarian. He loved humanity. As the gentleman said, he could have been the richest man in the world. Money is not all the answer. Taking the clean technology, taking the pure heart, and bringing that information forward to work together to make a better world and a better planet. Well, Tesla societies around the world have that avenue. They have that power to do that, to bring all that technology forward. But if you don't start here, and especially here, the heart. If you understand Hindu teachings, you understand how the mind, the body works, and how the higher mind can create anything, as Tesla understood real well. I study that man from 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning every day. That's my job. I'm retired, but I'm not. I wish I was. But I take every single day to read, to learn, to communicate with Nick, communicate with people, some of you around the country, around the world, on what we can do to work together. The biggest issues that most of us have is money. How can we create the flow to bring the money? The 3 principles, 3, 6, 9, will bring in the money if you deeply, deeply understand it. I'm going to stop at that point because I wanted to tell you what we were doing with the Foundation for the Power. We are opening a campground setup where people and families can come to learn and get educated about Nikola Tesla, his work, and set up classes and weekends of fun. Camping, bring your RV. This isn't open to the main flow of public. This is going to be limited at first because of the cost involved of building this. But the building that I call the Research Center, that's already started to be powered by supercapacitors and atmospheric collectors. Does everybody here understand how atmospheric collectors work? No? Yes? Every one of you has 2,000 watts of power coming off the top of your head. Do you know that? You're a walking power plant. With the power you have electrically, as well as what we're building on site, we'll be able to collect the ions and all the rest. I've also been in touch with the Ion Group in Florida. Incredible group, smart, and really have it together, but they're being held down too, because there's a lot of research and technology involved with powering things of that caliber when you're dealing with the atmosphere and electrons and other things. So the point is over the next 6 months, I'll show you, and I'll do it live, what that atmospheric supercapacitor system will do to power anything, anywhere. And this isn't really new technology. This technology has been there for a very long time. It's just been withheld. One small 2.7 volt capacitor can charge your phone, among many other things. We have to work in the avenues of things that we want to develop that is healthy technology and good for humanity. When I talk to children and I hand them a supercapacitor, of course it's not charged because they really get a charge if it was, and show them what the capabilities of that supercapacitor has and can do. They're fascinated. They want to learn. You are all the teachers. Every person, even if you don't run an organization, each person has something to offer and share with humanity as well as the internet and talking to the children. You have unbelievable resources available. My foundation, Leslie's foundation, is available 24/7 for questions, help, and I want to be able to bring together the rest of the organizations worldwide. No one has all the answers, and it's very important that we all work together because the power of one can work in the mass, and mass is better and powerful to get things done in a good way, especially when you're dealing with children, and I deal with them every day, all over the world. Sometimes live on Skype, sometimes on my cell phone. They want to learn. They're so hungry to learn, it's unbelievable. I'm watching 9-year-old kids overseas in India that are so super smart, but they're deprived to some degree from where they can take it and have people work with them with it. They're going to junkyards building alternative energy devices. We're on that threshold. As that gentleman said, we are on the breaking edge. Some people, got to realize we have a president that's on your side. He's moving in that direction. As he said, you might not like him or you have indifference about him, and that's okay. That's common. That's normal. What isn't common and normal is to separate yourself and hurt the masses by saying, well, that person over there or that person. If you can come together and work out your indifferences, then you can get something done. If you're going to stand there and argue over who's right and who's wrong, you're not going to get it done. So that man is a man I honor. I eat, sleep every night with this guy. I've been in his room a couple of times. I could see the white dove in his room, as well as many other things. I've talked to Nick about it as well. That man's consciousness is in the air. Those who understand where I'm going here, if you walked in his room and you're that sensitive, you'll pick it up. In seconds, you'll pick it up. His thoughts were energy, and that room is loaded full of energy. It doesn't have to be on paper. It's in the ether. It's right here, and you can tap it. And that's where we are in this timeline. The Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, they all understand this. Tapping the ether, tapping the knowledge. MIT is working on it. Elon Musk is working on it. They want to be able to use a supercomputer. Well, right here in the air. There's all the knowledge, all the wisdom, everything you need right here at a snap of your finger when you know how to dial it up. With that, I have any questions, people? I'm sure somebody might have one or two questions. No? Well, I have to give a plaque of recognition to one of the people that work with our foundation. Audrey McCracken is a woman who put it all on the line, shall we say, for her biocharger, which is Tesla technology, believe it or not. And she travels all over the place, even things for free, to help people, help children with this biocharger. I'll explain it after. I don't have enough time to sit here and tell you the whole amount. I'll be outside by the table. You can come by about the biocharger, as well as other things. But I want to recognize Audrey McCracken as the woman, the Tesla Woman of the Year award for the Arizona Tesla Science Foundation. I've been asked to do something. We all know Lana Hassan. She's an actress, TV host, model. She's done many things to help society. She's worked with the veterans, and I even worked a little bit with her on that a couple years ago when they talked to the veterans. They were doing a fundraising. And Lana was very, very important in working in that part in fundraising for the veterans, in which our foundation does that too, because we work with veterans. We work with veterans in trying to help them to build tiny houses that aren't using batteries. I can explain more of that with the supercapacitors, in which direction we're taking it. In fact, I'm going to talk about that after. She's a very busy woman, Lana is, and she's done a lot of great volunteer work for the foundations and for humanity, and her contribution. We have I haven't looked at it yet. The Tesla Foundation Tesla Spirit Award, Certificate of Appreciation to Lana Hassan. I'm going to let you hold that because... And with that presentation, they're giving her the Tesla coin, silver coin.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
lot of people don't realize how much work this woman does, but she does a lot. And we all appreciate her for what she does. And over the next year or two, in 2020, I'm sure you'll be hearing more and seeing more of her talking publicly about Tesla and the future for all of us with Tesla. And I hope that you all can connect with the Arizona Tesla Foundation, and we want to connect with you. And we don't care if you're an organization. We want to work with you, and we're building that location for the camp so you can come and you can explore. We're going to have an outdoor TV, which will be holographic. You're going to be able to project Tesla teaching holographically in the air. We already have that equipment. We're looking at it. There's a lot to tell. I don't have much time to tell it because everything's on a schedule. But God bless you, and thank you very much.
Wow, this is like being at the Oscars. Oh, I just received an award. Thank you so much, Rob. It's an honor receiving this. Last year I got awarded, got a recognition as Tesla Woman of the Year. So it's amazing, I don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and do a speech because we're not at the Oscars. So let's continue. So before we go, I know I said we're going to go on lunch, but there was a little, little misunderstanding. So we have something before we go to lunch, and we are going to meet our artists. And so I'm going to call on stage Milica Savic, who's a photographer of the event. Hello. Then I'm going to call Rainy May. Then I'm going to call Sarah Radanovic and Brian Yetzer. Are you Rainy?
So, do you want to introduce?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You have something about her writing? About Sarah?
I do. Yes. Yes.
You want to say you're from school?
Yes.
And you get your medal because you do all this advertising.
Yeah. Yeah. I can do this.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi. So this is my first time at the conference, and it was really exciting when I first got here. And I just want to say, I really appreciate the amount of work that goes into having conferences like this, and being here and actually seeing it all play out. It's really nice to see, and I appreciate all the work that people have put into it. So I'm Rainy May. And the first time that I got introduced to the Nikola Tesla Foundation and all the work and everything was at Delaware County Community College, where I'm currently attending. I was in Brian Yetzer's class. He was my computer illustration teacher, and he introduced the class a project talking about creating a book cover for educators to teach about Nikola Tesla and all the work he's done, and that is how I met Nick. And since then, I had a great experience creating this work, which is also reflected in some of the banners that you've seen. And yeah,
you are just great. This is wonderful young lady. You did really great work. And one thing is she's wonderful artist, but the other thing is her attitude, and she worked and she keeping her words. She did what she says she will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Okay. Up next, we have Sarah Radanovic.
Oh. Okay, you can say it. You can say it.
Hi. I didn't know I was going to be speaking, so I didn't really prepare anything. But this is my first time being here and first time meeting a lot of you guys. And it's been great so far. And Nick is helping me try to get my artwork on a postage stamp. So that's what we're going to be working on this year. And yeah, so that's what I have going on as far as with the Tesla painting. And I don't know if they're going to want maybe something new, but his son is helping me fill out the applications. Yeah, and so then I'm here to check out what everyone else is up to too, and there's a lot of great stuff going on. So, yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for doing wonderful work.
Thank you so much.
And coming all the way from Los Angeles to be here with us.
Yeah.
So it's really
And with the nice weather.
with the nice weather, right?
Yeah.
I used to live there.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Brian.
Okay, so up next, Brian Yetzer.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to speaking this afternoon on the education panel, but I wanted to say it's been great so far. It's always great to reunite with my Tesla family. For those that I haven't spoken with yet, I'm looking forward to speaking with you to get to know you better, and obviously we have a shared connection with Tesla. And I just want to say thanks to Nick Lonchar. It's been a decade now of involvement with the organization, almost 10 years to the date, that Nick wheeled in a Tesla coil into my classroom, and the next thing you know, we're creating content produced by students, such as like Rainey, now involved with the organization. Students 10 years ago were involved in producing content to promote Tesla and learn about Tesla at the same time. So this tradition is continuing, even continuing on into this coming semester, where I'll be teaching computer illustration and motion graphics. So I'll discuss more about this this afternoon. But in the meantime, again, thanks to Nick and everybody here for your participation and your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. We'll give you a proper introduction later on. Our next one is the photographer of the event, Milica Savic.
Basically, Milica come here from Belgrade to be with us, to help me staying here for the last few weeks and helping us to put all these things together. She's just walking around with the camera, but you guys gonna see a lot of her work later today. She did a lot of work, and she's doing this for years, and I think really she deserved the medal.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming here. This is my first time to attend the conference. So yes, right now I'm a photographer, but behind the scene, everything that you see, websites, digital marketing, and the rest, that's what I do. So thank you all.
So we're going to have an hour lunch, 1 hour lunch, and then we're going to come back and continue with the panel of speakers. So. All right, is everyone back from lunch? Let me see. Okay. All right. Nicola said we should start and continue with the program. So we're going to continue with a couple of, it's the panel, it's called a panel. And I'm going to start calling in Ashley Redfern. After earning her BA from University of Maryland and MA from Arizona State University, Ashley completed her studies in education with the MED and Principal Certification from Temple University. As an executive director, she has been educating children in Philadelphia for 2 decades now. She believes in creating safe and supportive school communities where families, children, and educators can learn together. A founding administrator at Tacony Academy, Ashley served students there for 10 years prior to joining American Paradigm Schools. Ashley is committed to providing families with choice in public school education through high-quality public charter schools. She seeks to inspire each child to utilize their unique talents to make positive contribution in their communities. Additionally, Ashley serves on the volunteer board of Tesla Science Foundation and coordinates and participates in other science-based volunteer activities for local families. Please welcome Ashley.
Hi, I'm Ashley Redfern. I'm the Executive Director for Tesla Science Foundation. I'm also Executive Director for American Paradigm Schools in Philadelphia. I'm happy to be at the Tesla Memorial Conference today. We brought together our education team from the Tesla Science Foundation. Our team works in the community in Philadelphia at science fairs, at community events, and in schools to bring innovative practices and inspire people to study about the life and legacy of Nikola Tesla. We heard people on our team talk about Tesla Clubs, which is a way to bring Tesla into the after-school area without having to find ways to get it into the daytime curriculum. However, we also have had success in some schools in working in STEAM education, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics during the day as well. We hope to keep inspiring people to work together, collaborate, talk about Tesla, read about Tesla, and come up with innovative projects in your own field so that we can all work together and more people will know about Nikola Tesla and be inspired by him as an inventor to make the world a better place. So we hope you join us in our mission and in teaching people about Tesla. Thanks.
Ashley. Then we have, unfortunately, I don't have a little bit about background, but I'm going to call in Thomas Scheidt. Okay. Our next speaker is Harry Ong. Harry Ong is an electrical engineer and is currently working for Checkpoint Systems, Inc. in New Jersey as a principal engineer in the Research and Development Department. His work involves a deterrent of shoplifting activities by triggering the alarm systems when unpaid merchandises are detected leaving the retail store. Now that's interesting. Harry will explain to us now in layman terms what electrical resonance is. He will also demonstrate how, according to Tesla, electrical AC power can be transmitted far away without a wire, just like what our cell phone signal is doing today. Please all welcome Harry Ong. Okay. Then we, Mano, okay. Wait a second. Sorry. Okay, our next speaker is Mano Divina. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I didn't mean that to stop. Okay. Mano Divina is a professional concert thereminist who performs classical and sacred music with his string ensemble. The theremin is the world's first electronic musical instrument that was ever invented and remains the only instrument that you play without touching. Mr. Divina bends electricity with his bare hands to release the voices of angels at his fingertips, all while being backed by his heavenly harps, percussion, and a violin section. Watch him as he literally pulls beautiful music out of thin air. His ensemble was performed many distinguished audiences, including film directors David Lynch and M. Night Shyamalan, Pope Francis, and the royal family of Serbia. Please all welcome Mano Divina. Next up is Greg Dovidio. Is he here? Okay. Oh, that's you. A Philadelphia native, Greg Dovidio has been part of the Tesla Science Foundation since 2010. Greg was introduced to the Tesla Science Foundation by good friend and teaching colleague Brian Yetzer, president of Yetzer Studio. He quickly learned of the magic and mystery of the greatest scientist, Nikola Tesla, by president and founder of the TSF, Mr. Nikola Lonchar. Professor Dovidio teaching career spans over 29 years. He has taught colleges around the state of Pennsylvania with instructing college-level television, video, and filmmaking. Since 2010, Professor Dovidio has dedicated himself as a storytelling ambassador to the TSF by creating numerous video programs produced by students through the college he has taught for the foundation. Greg will also provide video services here today to continue to promote the Tesla story to the world. As a proud member of the board of directors of the TSF, Greg welcomes you to TSF Yearly Conference and its efforts to teach everything about Tesla. Please all welcome Greg Dovidio.
Hi, my name is Craig Dovidio. I'm a board member of the Tesla Science Foundation. I'm glad to be here at the yearly conference in New York City at the New Yorker Hotel. Once again, presenters had an opportunity to discuss the innovations, discoveries, inventions, and theories and unfound science of Nikola Tesla. And what a great presentation it was again today.
Bear with me. Okay. Next up is Rainey May, one of our youngest speakers. Rainey May is 21 years old from New Hampshire, New England. Rainey is currently pursuing a career as a graphic artist at the American Marketing Screen Printing and Embroidery and working towards an associate's degree in graphic design at Delaware County Community College. Please all welcome Rainey. Okay. Next up is Brian Yetza. Brian Yetza, president of Yetza Studio, is a long-standing board member of the Tesla Science Foundation and a leading augmented reality experience designer, as well as a digital graphics and animation instructor. For almost 20 years, Brian has made significant experiential contributions to museums, educational institutions, and businesses in North America and Europe. Yetza's AR productions include the internationally recognized Nikola Tesla AR app and interactive posters, as well as the Franklin Institute's Terracotta Warriors AR, a large-scale object tracking experience that brings 2,200-year-old Chinese warrior statues to life. Recently, his team created one of Philadelphia's first augmented reality murals for the Philadelphia Insectarium and Butterfly Pavilion. Since 2010, Yetza has educated his students and the public about Nikola Tesla using 3D animation, 3D printing, and amplified reality experience design. Please all welcome Brian Yetza. And then we have, then we have Mr. Jeffrey. Did I say Laura? I can't pronounce this one. Jeffrey Laura.
Oh, no, he's not here.
He's not here. Okay. Then we have David Immendorfer. Is he here? Immendorfer? Oh, there. Okay, you can come up. Sorry, I didn't receive anything, so I can't introduce you.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Immendorfer.
And I think last one? Yeah, last one. Okay, last but not least, we have Miss Lakia White. And Harry Ong. Okay. Wait, you were supposed to sit there and record. Okay. He's going to do. He's going to multitask. That's okay. All right. So I think Ashley is going to start the panel. So please enjoy.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your attention and coming out to support the legacy of Nikola Tesla with us and the Tesla Science Foundation. We are from the Philadelphia branch of the Tesla Science Foundation, and I am lucky to say that this is my amazing education team. We work together to provide educational experiences in the community as well as innovative practices in our own field. There is a lot of us up here, but do not fear, we're not going to all ramble on forever. We are ready to each present to you a very short idea of our innovative practices and why we think the legacy of Nikola Tesla is so important in education and in the world. I would first like to have Craig DeVideo come up. Craig has been working in the background here filming our conference today and has spent countless hours volunteering with the Tesla Science Foundation. And I would just like for Craig to speak to for a moment about his work in education and why it's so important to archive the work that we do.
Thank you, Ashley. Well, being here is an honor. I'd like to thank the Tesla Science Foundation's board and Nikola Longchar for having me on board and allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the media division of the Tesla Science Foundation. So for the last 10 years or so, I've been blessed to be here participating with the adventure of trying to tell who Tesla was. I was introduced to Tesla in the year 2010, fundamentally. Of course, before that, I kind of heard about him through science fiction. But when I got a chance to know who he was through the board members you see sitting in front of you, I made it my mission to create an opportunity for students at a college level. I was teaching at an art school in Center City, Philadelphia, and we did a number of programs in the last 9 years to tell the story of Tesla and have it attached to the Tesla Science Foundation. So nice people like you can have the opportunity to understand who he is and who he was, his innovations, his inventions, his discoveries, and the lost knowledge of Tesla, and the benefits that he provided to our planet with all of his unfortunately forgotten discoveries. So I've done my best, and it's been good enough to create video programming that is now archived on several YouTube sites and on several websites that give people from around the world the opportunity to hear the true story of Tesla and what he's about. I'm proud to have met the filmmakers that have worked through the Tesla Science Foundation's seminars for the last 2 years and the movies they've been making, helping tell Tesla's story worldwide. We're doing it on a local level here through the Tesla Science Foundation, but certainly it's great to see the other filmmakers presenting the same materials or similar materials with a farther-reaching arm. We will continue as an organization to help promote who Tesla was and who he is today. And I'm glad to be spearheading that mission. Thank you.
One thing you're going to see here in this panel is that there is a number of different talents, all from different fields. And what our message here today is that no matter what field you are in or what group you may be a part of, everyone has something to contribute to this work. And the lesson we have learned from our work together is that we're stronger together. There's times in Nikola Tesla's life where maybe he could have used an artist or an educator or somebody to help support his work so that he could have had more of a place in history than what we are working to have happen now. So we encourage you all to, if you are interested in starting your own Tesla groups or expanding the work, really look to who the talent is around you, know your own talents and those around you. So we thank Craig for archiving our journey so that we can always have a record of the great talent that comes through. Can you get the next slide? We have a little history of some of the work we've done with the Tesla Science Foundation, and we're very happy to have Dave back with us. And Dave started originally back in the beginning of the Tesla Science Foundation and helped to develop the mission as well as the Declaration of Energy Independence. He has a number of innovative projects on his own, and we would like to invite Dave up to read the Declaration of Energy Independence so you know what started our mission and what is the backbone of all the work we do, as well as talk to you briefly about his exciting innovations.
Hey folks, I'm gonna set up one split second. Here we go. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly share a split-sec background myself. Like, I joined the Nikola Tesla Inventors Club back in 2009, and as soon as I joined, I thought, hey, this is something that we need to expand beyond just enthusiast club and inventor club. We should expand this to a nonprofit. And not too long after, we built a team, and we have we built a board, and we found the Tesla Science Foundation. And around this time, a team of us came together: Nicola Lonkar, Mark Pazio, Jeff, and a few other people. We created this Declaration of Energy Independence, and I'm going to quickly read through it. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for the people of Earth to dissolve the relationships, habits, and thought patterns that have bound us to an unstable energy paradigm, our conscience compels us to state our grievances with these outmoded systems and to unanimously declare our intentions for the future of free energy. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that in our modern age, all means of energy production are not equal, some being polluting, others limited, or many limited, non-renewable, and controlled by corporate-driven profit motives, while others are clean, abundant, sustainable, and able to be made freely available for the betterment of all people. That human innovation and creativity has excelled beyond our current methodologies of energy production, and that the current energy paradigm is ecologically unsound, economically unfeasible, socially divisive, and morally bankrupt. The dependency on our current energy production methods have led to increasing environmental degradation, our living planet, and a growing degradation of our living planet, and to a growing economic mentality of scarcity, lack, fear, aggression, and imperialism. That energy technology has been developed and suppressed for over a century, new energy technology, that is. We need to not be dependent on renewable energy, non-renewable energy, for a moment longer. That the time is now for us to develop the means of energy production and distribution that utilizes the inherent abundance of nature itself. As stated by the great scientist and inventor Nikola Tesla, science is but a perversion of itself unless it has at its ultimate goal the betterment of humanity. That whenever any energy model has been perpetuated towards a system of control, limitation, and stagnation of humanity's collective evolutionary progress, it is the right and duty of peoples of all nations to abandon the outmoded technologies upon which these systems are built, and the transition towards one which is clean, renewable, sustainable, and free. We, the people of Earth, in good conscience, assembled, appealing to the supreme order of nature for the manifestation of our intentions to do solely declare that in our lifetimes, through our continued dedication and inspiration, we will bring to fruition a new and free energy paradigm, one in which empowering advancements of technologies that are made widely and freely available to all peoples. We can never forget that this is an important part of our mission, and I ask all board members to take this pledge. I also encourage all our friends around the world to sign a declaration of energy independence. We need everyone on board in order to create the change we know is possible through Tesla's work. Thanks, folks.
So the urgency of finding solutions to some of our energy crises is why we're here. We want to inspire young people, individuals who may have ideas in their mind to work towards something for the benefit of humanity. So when our work started, we had that very strong mission, and that's the mission of which we frame our work. We went through another phase where we were starting to focus on education, and we had the Tesla Curriculum Project. There were teachers that gathered together, there were lesson plans written, and we did a number of good things with that. However, we encountered several barriers. As you know, it's not just easy to change state curriculums or introduce new concepts and actually get them into schools. So we have now started our focus on working on Tesla clubs and some other activities that will inspire people, and we believe the work will grow organically. The more people learn about Tesla in a variety of functions and in a variety of settings, the more Tesla will become a part of our daily curriculum and embedded in our lives. To this end, the Tesla Science Foundation in Philadelphia partners very regularly with the Franklin Institute. We go to monthly community nights where community members can come to the Franklin Institute for free. And the Franklin Institute has been a wonderful host for us in the electricity room. We are there for the science after hours evening events, as well as what this is advertising, which is the Philadelphia Science Festival, which we will be at this spring. And I am glad that our partners from the play from the Franklin Institute were here today to share with us, and we hope to see you at the science nights each month as well. So Tesla After School Club has been a really fun way in Philadelphia for us to inspire kids and be able to get creative outside the regulations of standardized testing, outside the regulations of other imposed standards, and let children think and dream and build and invent for themselves from their own ideas. Why a Tesla Club? As I had mentioned, this eliminates barriers of bureaucratic processes for curriculum used during the day. In Pennsylvania, science is tested in 4th and 8th grade, and then again in high school for biology. So English and language arts are the main tested subjects. So you can imagine in the area of high stakes testing where the focus goes, other than in 4th and 8th grade, it's not on science, it's not on invention, it's not on those types of innovations. So we really want to create a space for that type of work that may not be as openly accepted in this day and age. We want to build a collaborative background knowledge of Nikola Tesla. I did not learn about Nikola Tesla until I was an adult, and I have been in colleges and universities and schools for many years. So we want to be able to just collectively have events and activities that over time we're building people's collective understanding of who Nikola Tesla was and the inventions and contributions that he did make. We want to inspire interdisciplinary projects where we're bringing together people in the STEAM realm. And STEAM in education, we're talking about science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And that is what makes our group unique, is that we not only have engineers and scientists, but we have a large artistic coalition among us and creative people who are looking to really connect to all types of different people. And that is what we encourage you to do in your groups, is to find a diverse group of talent so that you can have projects that meet many needs. That will help you to span all ages, skills. We've had physicists and really smart people come and present, and sometimes not everyone connects to them. You're presenting for other people who understand the same things you do. So that's why we find the diversity is really important. We have a lot of information on the Tesla Science Foundation website. We have patent lists, we have book lists, we have videos of different people's projects. Anyone who wants to get started with the Tesla Club, that would be a great place to start. Just going and looking, doing research, finding some information, and trying to gather interest. Clubs could be at schools, but don't be limited if you're not in a school. It could be in your community, it could be in universities, wherever you like. Nikola Tesla's legacy inspires innovation, which we hope to lead to the discovery of methods to implement free energy. And we talked about energy access in some of our presentations. Energy, we feel, is really not a luxury, but a necessity. But for many people in this world, it is still not something accessible to them. Nikola Tesla's motivations were for bettering humanity. It was not for personal gain. And that is a great mission for children. They connect to that. They want to do things at a young age to help others. And if you tie into that philosophy at a young age, we'll be creating adults who not only are educated, but want to use their education for positive connections with people.
Nikola Tesla also had a number of life adversities which he overcame and he persevered through. And we feel this is a wonderful role model for children so that they understand that life is not always easy, but the different adversities you go through, different failures you may see as failures are really opportunities to learn. And that is the role model we really want for our students. I would like to call Lakia White up, and she is going to talk to us a little bit about leading the way to free energy.
Okay, well, hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming. The reason why I think it's great that we're all here to unite to honor the legacy of Nikola Tesla. Like I said, I'm Lakia White. I am the Public Relations Manager of the Tesla Foundation in Philadelphia. And I'm here to talk about Tesla clubs in schools. I believe that the pathway to free energy is in our children. They just have the most untapped imaginations. When you think about children, they're able to make friends out of their own shadows. They are able to believe that the moon is following them. I am guilty. I used to think the moon was following me as a kid. So I just believe that it's up to us to introduce them to an adult who never stopped believing in amazing, beautiful, wonderful ideas that's for the betterment of us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lakia. Next up, we will have Brian Yetzer, who has also volunteered a great number of hours of his time for the Tesla Science Foundation, and he's going to talk a little bit about how he is motivated and the mission and vision of Nikola Tesla for him.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and it's great to be here amongst all you Teslians. And I just wanted to say that the reason why I'm here is that sometimes I feel like I am Tesla, and Tesla is me, and it's somewhat interchangeable in the way that he lived his life and the way I try to live my life. I want to create art, technology, innovations for enlightenment, if you will. I think the ultimate goal for us to achieve in this pursuit, we want free energy. We want to have a clean planet of renewable energies. But I think that what we can have is the best we can ask for is a more enlightened world. And then those enlightened people make better decisions, not just for themselves, but for everyone. So it could spread like wildfire and will offset any long-term damage. So it's easy to think of oneself, but it's not easy to think of other people. And as an artist, I think of myself a lot, but I'm wondering how I affect others in the process. And that's where I met Rainey and all the students that I come in contact with, because I spread the word of Tesla through my teachings, because my love of computer graphics, my love of science, my love of art, my love of music, anything STEAM related, I'm able to now introduce Tesla, and I'm introducing all the things that I love to students so they can then pick up where I left off at the end of the semester, if you will. So they can carry on the mission. Because like Ashley, I was late to the game learning about Tesla. I think I mentioned with AC/DC, the band, I mentioned, I thought from the school that I went to, I thought it was After Christ, Devil Comes. And it was a devil worshiping heavy metal band. And I didn't realize at the time it was AC versus DC, and the icon in between is the lightning bolt. So I start to now relate these types of, this iconography from a design perspective, AC and DC. I'm like, oh, that's Tesla and Edison, the war of currents. So to be able to share these insights with students and sharing my love of computer graphics, animation, augmented reality, or extended realities, and just anything that's just beautiful yet has value has value that you can share with the world to make their lives better and to make better decisions about what they do for themselves, but mostly, you know, for their communities and for the world as a whole. So I guess the last sentence pretty much summarizes it too. I think that when we speak of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we have in the United States, for the most part, we have our basic needs met at the bottom of the triangle, survival. But at the very top, we have arts and sciences. And the more that we push STEAM, the more this country succeeds. I mentioned, I believe 2 years ago at this very conference that invest in STEAM or suffer. And if the United States, as a leader of the world, pushes back against STEAM, the more we lose our standing in the world. We need to push forward with STEAM as much as possible for a strong economy and to improve the world, and we should be leaders in STEAM. So this is also my motivation. In order for that to take place, we need to make art and design a part of science to help explain complex topics and make it more easily understood and aesthetically beautiful. As was mentioned earlier, sometimes people from the left side of the brain, the more scientific, can get, you get easily lost with what they say. But if you make it more understood through art and illustration and design, and it makes things more easily understood and appreciated and accepted. And that's my MO. And I impart that on my students, saying you do have a future in computer graphics. And Rainey's a great example, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Well, he says that's all he has to say. It's all he has to say for now, because Brian has a few very innovative projects that are in the realm of showing you examples of how, if you are an innovator in your field, you can connect your work to Tesla to have a dual purpose, both to enjoy progress in your own field, but also spread the legacy of Nikola Tesla. And again, just to clarify, any of us up here, when we do our work for Tesla, we are all volunteers. So there's no barriers that should be in your mind. Oh, we don't have funding to have people come out. Anyone can come out. You have to motivate yourself that the work is important, that the energy concerns cannot wait, and that everybody needs to be working towards this together. So next up, I'm going to call my dear friend, Tom Scheid. Thomas Scheid is the principal and CEO of Tacony Academy Charter School, and some of you may remember that was my former role. He has taken that torch on for me. I am now working with 4 schools in Philadelphia, so working with more children, about 4,500 children, to be able to start Tesla clubs and impact even more students and more future opportunities. So Thomas has been working in education for over 3 decades. He's worked all over the country, in California, in the Midwest, and on the East Coast. He has worked in the arts as a music teacher and a very successful administrator. He leads his students and teachers to greatness. And at our school, what we started to do, because as you know, if there's not like a background for Tesla, people don't really know what you're talking about, they can't connect to it. So we started with some activities to really build the culture and climate of the school to be ready to learn more about Tesla. So we had Tesla family nights where kids and parents came in to do activities. They have books about Tesla and different experiments. We also did, if you want to the slide, we have book clubs and book resources. So some of our teachers participated in book clubs. On the Tesla Science Foundation website, again, there's a number of recommended books. Anyone could get the books, get together with a group of friends if you're not a teacher, discuss things that happen in the books, and really just start thinking and talking more about Nikola Tesla. Great way to get started. For our artists, we also had art contests where students were encouraged to either make portraits of Tesla, representations of his inventions. Some people drew out sketches of the patents. Another great way to get the community engaged when people say, I don't understand the inventions, that's too complicated. There's many artists, readers, writers who want to get involved as well. And we encourage everyone to get involved at no matter what level you're at. And all of this great work we were doing with these activities and Tesla Club, they built this very collaborative feeling in the school. connected our scientists, our artists. And I'm going to invite Mr. Scheid to talk a little bit what that happened and how we came to have STEAM Fridays at Tacony Academy.
It's an honor to be here and to take on the reins of Tacony Academy from Ashley. When I got to Tacony last year, I'd been in other schools where STEAM was trying to be implemented, and what was really in place when I arrived was came from the work that the Tesla Science Foundation worked with Tacony in the past, where the idea of innovation and bringing the different subjects together for projects, the students to drive student interest. That led to the formalization of STEAM in our school day. So on Fridays, our art teacher, technology teacher, problem-solving teacher come together and work on units of study with each grade. So the entire school is cycled through this program. The two areas that really connect to Tesla is the ones that are identified around electricity. We also have a unit where students design a knee for prosthetics, which is really leading to robotics. So this program at the elementary school, so we're a K-12 school, is now led into a development of an engineering program at our high school. So, and I'll just say that finding Tacony is just an extension of my interest in Tesla, which has been with me for many years. So I'm lucky to be part of the school and the organization. Thank you.
So if you've tried to start something like this in a school and you've hit up against barriers, don't give up, because it takes time to build that enthusiasm, build the collegiality. But if you really try some of those different options, book club, art club, after-school Tesla club, all these things together, you will find people coming together and interested, and they want to be a part of it. STEAM Friday is fun. Somebody else who has volunteered in our organization quite a bit, engaged the kids in the arts, come in also to Tacony Academy, is our honored director of music for the Tesla Science Foundation, Mano Divina, and he's going to come up and talk a little bit about frequency and sound.
Hi folks, I'm Mano Divina. Some of you may have seen me perform with my orchestra at Tesla events, both local and all over the world. I play an instrument that allows me to trap electricity in the air between two antennas and bend it with my hands. I make it sing opera in front of an orchestra. This instrument is the only instrument in the world you play without touching, and it's about to celebrate its 100-year anniversary this year. But, like so many other things in music, we owe this to Tesla. This is surprising to most people. One of the best parts about my job is, of all the great things Tesla has invented, many of them have been forgotten about. I get to remind people about one of the most forgotten about inventions of Nikola Tesla, which is called an oscillator. It's a simple device he made that allows you to transpose and fix one frequency in one place and another frequency to rove around it, sliding in and out of sync with its partner. Like so many things Tesla did, he invented it and left it for mankind and didn't think much more of it. Little did he know that this would become the very cornerstone of electronic music making. Without this device, we would never have had the keyboard, the synthesizer, the electric piano, guitars, microphones, amplifiers, wireless transmitters. It's all based on this one tiny little invention Tesla did that was mostly forgotten about, that most people still today, even Tesla fans, don't even remember is credited to him. And all of electronic music, anything that's been amplified, in other words, when electricity became involved, we owe to Tesla. He was possibly the first person ever to think about using electricity to make music, even if he did it in a somewhat indirect kind of a way. Without that invention today, we wouldn't have half the things that we have, and we wouldn't be able to amplify the things that we do. This enables musicians to grow and use science. One of the things that we get to do when we perform music, Nikola Lonchar started this conference today with a great sentence. He said, it's not just scientists that are up here, it's musicians and artists and all different kinds of people, because in a sense, all roads do lead to Tesla. I think it's important that we have a wide, diverse amount of people teaching why Tesla is important in both scientific communities and in layman's terms. It's important to understand the difference and how it can be taught, especially to a new generation, of Tesla's important contributions and why we might take them for granted today, but without them, the things we have today that we take for granted wouldn't exist. I'm privileged in the fact that I get to go around the world, and in particular in my own area, and teach this to people in schools and show them. I brought this device with me today. I have it set up in the lobby, and after the speeches are done, if any of you would like to try your hand at it, just come see me and I'll be happy to walk you through your first lesson of bending electricity to sing. It's called a theremin. It's invented by a young Russian physicist named Leon Theremin, but it is based on Tesla's technology. Thanks to Tesla, we have a contribution in music, as well as science, as well as art, as well as communication. And it's important to remember all the facets that he left us with. He just invented this stuff and said, here, mankind, do something with this. And luckily, despite the fact that his legacy is not as remembered as it should be, we at least have the opportunities to now change that and make a difference with what we do with it, how we do it, and the way we touch people with it. Thanks for listening, folks.
I'm just calling Manu back because I think he forgot that he has a couple projects that he wants to just mention to you.
Oh, we have the projects now? Okay, yeah, sure.
Yep.
All right, so I get to do a lot of fun stuff for Tesla. We got to recently perform at the Wardenclyffe Gala, which was a real privilege for my group. People in my orchestra range from 20 years old to 60 years old, and the 20-year-olds had never heard of Tesla. So they got a whole eye-opening experience of learning of Tesla. They use the term modern-day Prometheus. They think he is as important as figure as any we've ever had in history, and it's wonderful to see them learning for the first time at their age all the important things about Tesla, which makes them very excited to perform Tesla events and projects. My instrument is about to celebrate its 100-year anniversary. We have a concert to celebrate this at the Franklin Institute with the Philadelphia Orchestra. We have a concert for RCA that is going to involve a whole Tesla night involving the New Jersey Capitol Philharmonic Orchestra. Let me make sure I got that right. And the other project we have is we're unleashing a series of posters for our concerts at the Franklin Institute, which we're partnered with for Tesla, for the Science After Hours nights, where we're going to be performing some music in the planetarium. And we have some posters that will be available of me playing the original instrument, which is in the archives of the Franklin Institute. And again, of course, we're using all of these opportunities to promote the legacy of Tesla.
Okay, just to revisit here, remember we have an urgency to solve our energy problems. We have a responsibility to come together in our diverse talents and talk more about Nikola Tesla so we can be inspired to continue in his legacy. And all of us can be celebrated in our own fields and our own talents to support each other, come together, and do not be afraid to start a project that helps in the spreading of the legacy of Nikola Tesla. It doesn't happen overnight, it's not easy, but you don't need anything other than your own drive and interest to make it happen. And so to give you a few examples of some brilliant projects, I'm going to call Brian Yetzer back up again. And in a moment, too, I think Rainey's going to come up with him in a moment as well.
Yeah, so what we have here is the Thomas Edison versus Nikola Tesla chess set. So what better way to get people informed about the war of currents than to engage them with a popular game such as chess. So what's great about chess is that each piece has a story behind it to teach this war of currents, teach about the war of currents, like the pigeon pawn. The AC induction motor rook, the incandescent bulb, knight, and then we have a Wardenclyffe bishop, the Tesla coil obviously is the queen. And then we have Tesla himself as the king. So this originally came out as Tesla versus Tesla, but then it was like, well, what about Tesla versus Edison? So I was thinking like, well, what are the pieces that would represent Edison? So, of course, we have to have an animal component to the pigeon pawn, and what animal represents Edison? How about Topsy, the elephant? Does anybody know about Topsy? Who does not know about Topsy? Okay, this animal is a circus elephant that basically ran amok and killed a few circus workers, and then Edison was like, well, I'm not sure, he didn't directly say this. It's a third party that put down the elephant using AC power, saying, look how dangerous AC power is, because Edison wanted DC power, and smeared Tesla's name and the AC power system that was superior to DC. But you could actually go on YouTube to check out the execution of Topsy. You actually now have to have like age verification because it's kind of graphic. You see an elephant take, I don't know how much voltage, but it pretty much fell to the ground. Tragedy, of course. So there's Topsy the pawn. And then we have the phonograph for the rook. This one's a little obscure, but I don't know if you can see it from here, but anybody know what that is? It's a kinetoscope. So it's like one of the first motion picture devices. So you could actually look down through the peephole, if you will. It's like a single viewer device. So you look down this peephole. And then we have the bulb, of course, the light bulb. And then we have the Statue of Liberty, Queen. This was the War of Currents, pretty much happens here in New York City. It's great to be here at the New Yorker Hotel. Also, Edison represents America. Not that Tesla wasn't American. He certainly had American qualities, right, of invention, innovation, capitalism, free market. Although I think Tesla was a humanitarian that didn't necessarily care about the whole money thing. As much as Edison did, but that's okay. There's the Statue of Liberty. And then, of course, we have the Edison himself. This is hot off the press, version 1.0. I'm still healing from this project. Multiple slices with the X-Acto knife to the hand. I bled on this project. You can have my blood if you'd like, if you want to purchase this.
And so these are with some of the original chess sets Brian made. These are students from Tacony Academy who were learning about Tesla and chess as well. And Brian has another project to share with you briefly as well, and Miss Rainey's going to come up too.
I just wanted to share one more thing about it. As you can see, it's 3D printed, yeah, but it's also magnetized, and you can break it down and carry it with you. The big goal for me is to have this actually like distributed everywhere, however that may, mass manufactured. This set itself with the 3D printer, each piece, the larger piece is about to take 2 hours to print. There's 6, so you can imagine there's 32 pieces on the board, and it takes quite a long time to print this thing. I end up having to get another 3D printer and they keep going throughout the night. They're printing throughout the night, and then days later, it finally comes assembled. But obviously, you can't get the word out about Tesla and Edison by this type of slow production. So any way I can get this in the hands of as many schools as possible and kids and adults and have fun with it. Thank you. Hi again. Who I have with me is a success story, and I'll introduce you to her in a moment. Actually, I'll introduce you to her now, to you now. Go ahead and introduce yourself, actually.
For those of you who didn't see me this morning, my name is Rainey May. I am a student at Delaware County Community College in Media, Pennsylvania. And so to start off, how we came to this project is I was attending Professor Yetzer's class, Computer Illustration, And in that class, we also met Nick, and they presented us with this project to create a book cover about an educator's guide of Nikola Tesla's life.
Yeah, definitely. And if we can go to the photos, that'd be great. Great. Does that look familiar?
It does look familiar. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can see that this illustration, this sketch here, then translated to the banner you see on the stage. So we can take a look at the top. So the project was being administered with those parameters. It's basically, hey, if you do a great job, Nick is the judge, Nick is the client. Hey, you know what? It's not just a class project. Nick Lonchar is the client. You have to have a client to get students motivated because they feel like it's a real-world project and there's more on the line than just a grade. Might as well get used to delivering for somebody based on these parameters. So if we go to the top, you'll see some of the beginnings, right? So there's the book cover project objectives. It always starts with the objectives. There's a competition. Who's going to be selected as the winning book cover design? The deliverables and etc. So there's some other. These students were new to. I don't know. What would you say, Randy? New to Tesla for the most part.
New to Tesla, new to being introduced to clientele and all sorts. The entire project was really a real world thing that was new to every student at the time. So it was a really great experience because of that.
Yeah, so if we go to, some of these graphics were shared with the students saying, hey, this is what's been done already, maybe some for inspiration. This is an illustration class, so what can be illustrated? Go back up there, Harry, thank you. So yeah, you can see even here what was shared is the breakdown of what a book cover, the components of what a book cover or dust jacket, they call it a dust jacket. You have the back flap, back panel, spine. They had to lay it out accordingly. So they were designing the entire dust cover. And even given a name to this, they had control over the title of this production. We have this as the guide, though, this Tesla Master of Lightning. I'm not sure, this is what they used for a guide. And if you scroll down, it all started right here. Kind of how I got involved with Tesla. Nick, where are you, Nick? Oh, he's out the door. Okay, so he came to the class and look at him. He's all excited. And he was showing the students like, hey, look, wireless electricity with 2 bulbs. And the Tesla coil, a little mini Tesla coil. And the students are excited. They're drawing, look at that. They got a pigeon there. That pigeon is sketched with abs of steel. Look at that 6-pack on the pigeon on the right side. So the idea that students had to obviously pre-produce this and with sketches to then be approved by the client, which is Nick, with my oversight, of course. And there's some stipulations. What does electricity look like? How do you visualize electricity? How do you not just take the obvious road of like a lightning bolt? How do you communicate electricity in an interesting and aesthetically, almost accurate way, if you can. Yeah. So there's another example. Pretty cool perspective we have there. And Nick's like, you know what I really want? I want to have some presenter standing in front of us of the design. That was the one thing Nick kept stressing. I wanted to have a presenter just like I'm standing here, like he's standing there. It has to be included. That's the one thing he really stressed. So if we go dial down there he is. He even came to the class with a sport jacket, and he stood in front of this green screen projector, and the students got a chance to. We took a photo and we shared it amongst ourselves. And there's some further developments. Look, some of these sketches really turned out really nice, and look how it translates in this top photo. How this drawing here translated then to the digital version of it. And these examples are outside, by the way, if you want to check them out. And we scroll down. There's Rainey. Rainey, that looks familiar, right? There's the back of Rainey's head. I just want to share this graphic here with you because that's me standing in front of the screen, but this particular example was very impressive. This student, all those very small it's a background element, a little black, looks like little
Text.
Yeah, all those are divisible by the number 3. All those are numbers. And she laid it all out like, whoa. So they're picking up on this numerology of Tesla and incorporating that into design, which they never thought about. And I thought that was impressive. It was very detailed, the way that she made it a kind of a texture element or a background element. And then there was the Tesla Money giveaway. So Nick was so impressed with the work that he started handing out Tesla cash. And that was great to see the students light up. And there's Nick. Yep, there's the AC/DC T-shirt. And this is the end product for all the students. I think they did an outstanding job, and Rainey. I just found out Rainey. Her production. Can you tell everybody what happened with your production?
So at my college, what we do is at the end of the year, all the students that are in the art department, that'll be studio work, graphic design, photography, they do an exhibition in the beginning of the year to open up the school years. And my exhibition. Well, in the exhibition, my work was chosen and given an honorable mention award, so that was pretty cool.
Dial down. I think this one also made it in. Is that right, Rainey? This one here.
Yeah. Yep.
And that was the one drawing in perspective that we see here. This example is outside. And that is my class with Nick. So a very successful project. I'm also teaching, again, this semester, computer illustration and motion graphics. So motion graphics is like illustration that you can animate and introduce them to Tesla. Every semester there's a production, and you introduce Tesla to more and more people. And then they're at an age when they can carry this legacy forward. They'll never forget it. Maybe they get involved, like Rainey's here today. That's how it happens. Any questions? And that's all we have. Thank you very much.
Okay, so great example of how you can take any work you're doing in any field and become an educator yourself by connecting your projects to Nikola Tesla and helping us spread the legacy of Nikola Tesla. Out in the lobby, if you haven't already seen it, Brian also has his augmented reality posters, which teach about the Tesla coil, as well as Wardenclyffe Tower, as well as the history of Nikola Tesla. So just another example of how to innovate within your field and spread the legacy of Tesla. There is our director of science, Harry, is really, really talented at being able to take complicated and break it down so that we all understand it. So he's going to have a few of Tesla's inventions he's going to talk to us about. Harry?
Hi, I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Checkpoint System in New Jersey, and what the company does is about preventing shoplifting or stopping. And what we have, it's like some kind of device in a store, like a retail store, like Target, Walmart, those kind of store. And if you did not pay for the item, and when you go out of the door, there's going to be a system that alarms. So you see that in a lot of stores. And what that does, it's at the exit door, there's an antenna, some kind of a system that energize or put out energy. And then most of the items that you buy has a label, either a paper one or a hard tag. And the antenna, the system, is going to provide some energy out. And then the label, the paper label or the tag on the cloth is going to respond with these power, and then the system will detect it and then alarm. So this kind of tells us that there's a wireless electrical power that can excite something to respond. Today we understand wireless being signal. You have radio signal, TV signal, cell phone signal, and all that you need is transmitting a small signal, and then you would have to provide battery, energy, to amplify the very, very small signal. So if you receive radio signal, you have put energy into it and amplify the signal to know what it is. So what is different about what our company, like this kind of product, we're not talking about signal. We're talking about energy that is being transmitted, and then something respond to this energy. And to give you another example, it's like EasyPass. Those are called RFID. Like when you go through the highway and there's some kind of antenna up there that transmit energies, and then your tag in the car is going to respond, and then they can read the barcode and find out, okay, this is the code that I'm going to charge this car with this owner so much money. So there's a barcode. So these kind of tags, some of them are passive, some of them are active. What that means is in your car you have a transponder, and some of them has battery in it, so like it lasts for maybe a few years and then you have to replace them. So those are called active transponders, active label, and you have to put battery into it. But there are also some of them that are passive. What that means is there's no battery. So that means your device in the car do not have any battery. So if there's no battery, what is giving it some energy so they can respond? So that the reader at the top can read the barcode or read the code, is the reader is sending energy out. And then your device inside of the car has an IC chip in it that will respond to that. So it picks up the energy and pick up maybe 1 or 2 volts, and then activate the IC chip, and then the IC chip will talk. So it's kind of like you have someone that's sucking up from up there, and then your device in the car would respond and talk back, and then that device on the top will listen. So it's actually power your device. If it's passive, no battery, is being powered up by that thing up there. So this is different from wireless radio, wireless signal, where you have to put energy in. It's actually energy being transmitted that will power up the IC chip. This is only 1 or 2 volts. So, but Nikola Tesla, he was talking about AC power being transmitted. So that means this power is going to excite and then energize your refrigerator, your television, your air conditioning. So it's a bigger scale. So I'm not saying that we have that technology today, that some secret government is keeping it from us. We have technology that can give you 1 or 2 volts wirelessly. But in terms of 100 volts or 100 watts to power up other stuff, it's still a long way to go. So we need Nikola Tesla to be back here to teach us how to do that. But if you go outside, you see some demonstration of light bulb, maybe 15 watts of a light bulb that is wirelessly being light up. So at least that tells you that if 15 watts, 20 watts, 30 watts, we can wirelessly excite a light bulb. So that means it's real. And I want to touch base on a little bit earlier about the spiritual side of it, of Nikola Tesla being care of humanity. Is that I remember when I was in college and some student group was doing like newspaper and stuff, I drew a picture of an Earth, a globe, with some bandage on top. You probably was Google and you see some other people doing that. So you have a picture of a globe with bandage. So that means the world is in trouble, need to be repaired. And if you recall World War I, World War II, what is the reason for the World War? It's a confusing thing, but if I were to clarify it, I would say it's energy, it's resources. When the Industrial Revolution comes in, and you have a massive growth, and then where does the metal come from? We need steel, we need copper, we need and all those stuff. So all the countries are fighting to secure the resources, energy, gas, and all that. So we have World War I, World War II. And so we are kind of like the pigeons. When you throw a number of some seed to pigeons, they all come in and fight and get it. It's because resources are limited, so they have to fight. So we are in this situation. But in terms of resources, you can, in high school terms, we remember that in high school physics, we're saying energy is not created, not destroyed. It just converts from one form to another. So when we think about resources being limited, that we have to grab it up. If I don't grab it, they are going to take it. So we all fight to secure the resources. But energy, just from high school physics, energy is never created, never destroyed. And if we only look in the Earth, it looks like it's limited. We need fossil fuel. But if you look outside, the whole universe is massive. There's a lot of electricity out there in the universe. So energy is unlimited. So we are kind of like a tree. I describe that as a tree, that this tree represents civilization. And each one of us, even countries, we are like the leaves, the apples, the fruits, the flowers, the branches. We are part of it. But we only care about this, our part. And if we let the information, let the resources, the nutrition flow through us, like if I'm a leaf, if I let the resources or nutrient flow through me to the whole tree will grow pretty well. But if each one of us take care of I'm the flower, I don't want to become the fruit. I want to be pretty all the time, but flower has to die to get a fruit, and same thing with branches and leaf and all that. So we become an ugly tree or a sick tree. So that's where we are. And one time I was describing what does heaven looks like to some friends. What if you can imagine heaven? What is heaven like? And I said, heaven is a place where you don't need languages. Everyone will know everyone's thought. And that would be heaven. I don't have to talk and you would know exactly what I thought, and everybody has the same capability. But do you really think that is heaven? Or for many people, this is horrible. Right? So it depends on how we look at it. And today is an age of sharing. Like we have Industrial Revolution, we have different classification of the ages. Some people say we are age of Aquarius. What does that mean? I think today we know that it's age of sharing. When we share, like we share our food, share our happiness, share our YouTube, Facebook, and all the other stuff, we're letting it flow through us to outside. We're sharing. So if we share knowledge, if we share our dreams, if we share our inspiration, resources, then this tree, civilization, will become a pretty tree. And if we have time, I'll show you something that we did at Tacoma High School to teach the younger children. I'll probably just show a little bit of it. So, This video is done by Craig. I think,
Okay.
That's just like
amazing. So science, people thought that science is magic. So when you do not understand, it looks like magic. So there are people who do not believe it, and because, well, when you are doing something new, invention, when people do not understand it, it looks like magic and they don't, but you have to be persistent to keep it on. And when I was a little kid, I liked science very much. And there's science in art. Science is not art. So I like science, I don't like art. But I realize science and art are the same thing. And give you an example, like music. Is music and art or science? It's both. Because when you study music, the resonance, the harmonics of sound, that's math, that's science, that's physics. So art and science can move. So as I grow older, I have to learn a little bit more about art. And to show you what I have here, I'm going to demonstrate something called energy from science. And Tesla, this person back here, who lived about 120, who was like 120 years before us. And at that time, he was doing something that is different from anybody else. And people said, many people do not believe him. And now we are learning a little bit more about him. And I'm going to show you that electricity and sound is very much the same thing. And it's just like when you go to the universe, you go out in space, you see solar systems, you see planets, and rotating everything. So you go up and up and up. Now imagine you go back down into your body, and then go inside your body, look at the small stuff. It's the same thing. Whatever is inside like the small cell, the atoms, molecules, and you can look at it. The sun, the stars, the solar system, the galaxies, it's very much the same. And what I have here is a glass, one glass. And I think some of you, if you are aware, you probably know what I will be doing next. This is a wine glass. And some of you may see this commercial before. Now, recognize one thing. When I hit it, like if I do this or that, the sound continues. Usually it stops. When I stop with my action, the sound stops. But listen carefully to this one. The sound continues even after I hit it. And that's called resting. That's something people call standing wave. It's a little bit like the molecules over here. They vibrate. And when they all vibrate at the same time, it's resonance. And it's not only this for a small cloud, even a big cloud, like this. It's the same thing. It continues afterwards. So that's called resonance. It vibrates. When I do something to it, it vibrates. But then, after it's finished, it still continues. Why is it? Because it stores some energy. So, next, I want to show you
14, right?
a big effect. What that is this is a glass. And it's a little bit like crystal, so they are very uniform. So when I touch one of you, it's kind of like the molecule in there is just like all of us. When one molecule vibrates, the next one vibrates, and then when everyone vibrates at the same time, at the same frequency, in the same manner, we get resonance. Imagine if we are fighting, some of you are, or some of us are fighting, and this harmony it's a chaos. So nothing seems to work. But when we work together in harmony, miracles come, magic comes. So this is the lesson. So I need a little bit of friction. So do you think it's going to work for this one also? Or this is a big one? It's the same thing. And notice that when it's done, it still rings a little longer. So that is resonance. That is sound. So I'm going to show you a merging of two things. We just look at sound resonance. And then next, I want to show you wireless power, electricity. This is a plasma ball. Because of the light, you don't see the fingers shining over here. So if I touch it, you probably will see some electricity there. And this is something called a plasma ball that they decided to form. And I put something close here. Do you see that it light up? Very dim. You can see that. So it's just floating there in the air. And so it's wireless electricity power that can transfer from one place to the next. Today we have cell phones and radios and all that. So we know about what wireless is. And that's with small things like sound, like voice, TV. But what if power is wireless? Wouldn't that be great? That means you do not have to plug into the wall. Your refrigerator, your television, just pick up energy somewhere in the air. And so you don't have to plug into the wall. And that's possible. Well, so when we do not understand, it's look at the impossible, it's magic. But look at this here. It's the same thing. These are LED lights. And there's no barrier here. So when I get close to this thing here, it light up. So it's just, you can see it, move it a little bit, so you see that it's light. So wirelessly, energy can go from one place to another. But how is it possible? What I'm going to show you now is mixed. I have energy. The reason is because I have energy. Electric flux. I have energy going to here. So this thing is like a transmitter. It's stored up energy. And this is a very special one that was built kind of like Tesla did. So that's why it's like this.
So we very much thank Nicola Lonchar for bringing us together as a group. Reminders, we are volunteers. Be sure that you, in your own groups and communities, get together, talk more about Tesla, read about Tesla, do more projects in your own fields, be innovators, and hopefully we can help to get to energy independence soon and fulfill our mission. So I thank the volunteers from the Tesla Science Foundation education panel here today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Stand
Thanks,
up
Nick.
together. Stand up together.
I also thank everyone, but I have distinct honor to present this year's Tesla Spirit Award to Miss Ashley Redfern for her great work as a Director of Education.
Thank you for this great honor. I definitely don't feel deserving, but I will do my best to live up to the legacy of Nikola Tesla and do my best work for the Tesla Science Foundation. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to this great team.
This is just going to be a quick, while we're transitioning, all those video programs that are on the Tesla Talk TV and on the Tesla Science Foundation website are available to all of you. So as you saw that particularly wonderful presentation by Harry, that was an hour-and-a-half long or so presentation at the Taconia Charter School to a couple hundred kids in the gymnasium, where all the Tesla board that has technological background spoke. So Harry may have had 15 or 20 minutes, and then Brian got up and had 15 or 20 minutes. It was a wonderful experience. What's funny is that my television students didn't even connect to the light bulbs they were using, the microphones they were using, the wireless mics they were using, the cameras that they were using, and the editing that we're using were all invented through the use of Tesla. Thanks.
Hi again. I guess you have to be gone long enough to be missed, so hopefully you can listen to me one more moment as we talk about an exciting project from the Tesla Science Foundation called Tesla Ways.
Katarina, you have to.
The Tesla Science Foundation in Philadelphia, after many years of research, is finishing the script for the movie, the website, and application for smartphones, as well as monography for Tesla Ways through US and Canada. Our goal is to find at least one organization or individual in any city where Tesla lived and worked, so we can establish cooperation towards our big project. TeslaWays.com website platform is under construction. With our website and app, all Tesla fans will feel like they are walking through Tesla's footsteps all over the United States, and especially through New York, which is one of our biggest focuses since Tesla has spent most of his life here. The website will consist of two parts: historical and modern age. All photo and video material will cover the era in which Nikola Tesla lived and worked in the USA, as well as some places in modern age in which we live now. The first part of the website is an interactive map of where he lived and worked in America. Photos, videos, text, documents, things before and after Tesla's life, and the timeline with chronology of Tesla's life and work. The second part is modern age, with all places where Tesla groups are currently active and marked Tesla's existence in certain ways. This will include locations of busts, schools, legacy projects, landmarks, any other thing that has notoriety for the life and legacy of Nikola Tesla. We wanted to tell you about this exciting project so you can look forward to it, and also we want to invite you to join into this project. As you know, we want to connect with all of your work and all of the wonderful people who have come out today and who are working for the legacy of Nikola Tesla. Thank you so much.
All right, so I think our special guest has arrived directly from Serbia. He is a longtime director of the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and is Branislav Jovanovic. Please welcome.
Congratulations. This is from Tesla Science Foundation.
Thank you.
Can you tell us little words, like a few of them?
Hello, my name is Branimir Jovanovic. I'm coming from Belgrade, Serbia, from the Nikola Tesla Museum. I'm the historian of science, a specialist for the Nikola Tesla, I can say, life and work. I dedicated 40 years of my life in researching Tesla's heritage in Belgrade's museum. So it's really great being here. For me especially, New Yorker Hotel, where Tesla spent the last 15 years of his life, where he died. And there is a special feeling being here. There is a special atmosphere. So it's a great opportunity, and really it's a great thing what Tesla Science Foundation is doing now, trying to unite all people who are dealing various projects, various Tesla projects, not only in the United States, but all over the world. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this opportunity to say a few words about, I will rather say about my experience as a Nikola Tesla researcher than as a Nikola Tesla museum official, because I spent 40 years of my life in researching Nikola Tesla's heritage. It was in 1977 when I first time entered into the Nikola Tesla Museum as a student, and then became demonstrator for, I believe, for a few months. But I spent 4 years actually as a student demonstrator, and then position was opened, and I started to work permanently in the museum. At that time, I was the student of Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Aerocosmonautical Department, so I was supposed to be aeronautical engineer, but I was really attracted by the fact that there is a huge treasure in this museum in Belgrade, more than 200,000 documents which are not explored, not researched. So I stayed there and start to read these, these documents. And for first 3 years, I just was like a boy in a candy store, just open box by box and reading document by document. And after 3 or 4 years, I understood that I forgot all what I read first year. So I tried to work more systematically, and also specialized, made my master thesis in the Faculty of Philosophy and History of Science. By the way, just to tell you that all my thesis, bachelor, master, and PhD, was dedicated to Tesla and his research. So, what is my experience as a Tesla researcher? First few decades, if I can say, I was focused on a methodology of Tesla's investigation. Why? Because I saw so many people are focused on details of Tesla's work. They were lost in, for example, researching of Tesla coil or Tesla turbine or whatever, free energy device, whatever, And I believe that it must be something more worthy to research, something which we can maybe pass to future generations. So I focused, my PhD degree was actually dedicated to methodology of Tesla's work. And I believe it was very useful because we now know much more about methodology of Tesla's work, and I believe that this kind of experience and knowledge can be useful for an educational program, which not only the school from Philadelphia, but many schools in the world are now trying to develop all over the world. But last 10 or 15 years time, I was more and more focused on Tesla's experience and his ideas of the impact of the technology into the modern society. You know that Tesla didn't fulfill his famous wireless energy transmission project, and he was really deeply shocked and disappointed when not only Morgan but many rich people at that time in the United States didn't want to finance him anymore. So he didn't understand not only what was happening, and then he asked himself where I'm living and what is it about, So he spent many years. Many people believed that Tesla had only visions, and that he saw the future in some kind of visions. But the truth is that he was one of the first trends analyzer. So we can have some kind of picture of Tesla as a kind of a very highly sophisticated computer with a processor which is much more powerful than the brain of average man, with the ability to scan the many pages and documents in a short time. And as you know, he was fond of he knew not only to read and to speak many languages, like most important languages like English, like French, Italian, German. So he was able to go through large data of informations and to collect them and to process them. This is how he actually tried to analyze the trends of developing modern civilization. So in the last 20 years of his life, he gave many important predictions about our future, and this is what he was talking 100 years ago we are living now. Unfortunately, Tesla was not so optimistic. He was very pessimistic because he believed that the trends of developing of the modern civilization is not, as he used to say, in the direction of true culture and true enlightenment. On the contrary, it is destructive on ideals, and he predicted the end of this civilization because this civilization is trying to solve social or material problems. So there are many more Tesla's ideas that you can find. Some of them you can find in the internet as Tesla's quotes, but a lot of them are also now in the archive of the Nikola Tesla Museum. So we can read these ideas, these quotes, as a kind of some entertainment, for us. It's nice what he said. He was a genius, but also maybe we can use it for some reason, because great people in the past didn't live. They have some kind of purpose of living, Tesla used to say, and he said that in old times scientists think deeply. I mean clearly, but modern scientists think deeply. What is the difference between thinking deeply and clearly? When you are digging the hole in the ground, this is the difference between the digging and the hiking. When you are digging the hole in the ground, trying to pull up the treasures on the surface, the skies above us is smaller and smaller. Then this is what you are doing when you are digging. When you are going to a mountain, then you have the perspective vision of area. This is the very important difference. And Tesla believed that it is very important for humanity to have a clear vision of or broad picture of what they are doing and where they are striving. So I believe that such kind of ideas can be used in our today's practice, not only to create good educational projects and programs, but also to try to think about our culture and about our future as a civilization. And there is one very big problem when we are talking about this, and this problem is most precious resource which we don't have anymore, and this is the time. For this civilization we are saying that actually we are spending our resources
very quickly. But actually the most important resource we are spending is the time. We don't have any more time to do something important. You know that in 1992 there is a huge summit in Rio de Janeiro, and at that time the scientists warned actually all politicians, all people in the world, that we have only few decades before irreversible changes will start without possibility to change something, you know. And 3 decades passed, and we are now living these irreversible changes. We are witnesses of, dramatical events in Australia and so many more, you know. For example, in Serbia, we had 3 years ago, we had big floods, and it was estimated that we had 1.5 billion euros or dollars, whatever, damage, you know. For a small country like Serbia, it's catastrophic, you know. So what we should do, actually, I believe that as a Tesla community, this is the Tesla conference, you know, as a Tesla community, we should give some kind of contribution to change. What we need now is not so technological innovation. We need personal innovation and social innovation. This is what is important. At the end of my short speech, I would like to tell you that 4 years ago I was privileged to meet one very interesting person. His name is Moshe Mana. He is a business developer. He lived in New York City and in Miami, and for 4 years we were talking about possibility about Tesla. He knows a lot of things about Tesla, but as a businessman, as a practical man, as a developer, you know, for me it was very interesting to see these problems of practical applying some ideas, of how realizing ideas into practice. So I will give you one example. Tesla said that in order to be stable, family, civilization, or society, whatever, you know, should solve not only the material problems, social problems, but it should solve spiritual problems and moral problems too. If we are speaking in the terms of sustainability vocabulary, you know, that means that we have to solve the economical, ecological, social, and cultural problems. For Moshe Mana, he formulated all this problem in his own vein, and he said we have to communicate, to connect, to communicate, to collaborate, and to have the compassion. This is 4C program. And he's now doing a huge social experiment in Miami. I believe that in 1 hour and 2 hours we will see him here. And I believe it's very important to listen to men like him, because whole Tesla community can profit from this kind of support we can have all together. Also, I would like to tell you for the end of this short speech that our attempts and our projects all over the world, in United States, in Serbia, there are many more. Believe me, I traveled for the last 4 years in many countries all over the world, and the Nikola Tesla Museum has now projects in South America, in Europe, in China, and so on. But all these projects are somehow fragmented and disconnected. We should really try to find a way how we can collaborate and how we can help each other's project, and believe there is a way. And we should sit and we should talk and we should do something concrete. I hope that it will happen in the near future. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it was heartbreaking. It gave me tears. It was a beautiful, heartbreaking movie. So thank you so much. And if there's any chance to watch this again, please let me know, because I would love to. So I apologize. But anyway, so we're going to continue with our with our show, with our event, and
at 6 o'clock.
At 6 o'clock. Okay.
Now we're gonna have a break.
Okay, so we're gonna have a little break, and then at 6 o'clock we're gonna have our beautiful Serbian actress Katarina Radiovan.
It's not about me. We're gonna have a panel.
No, but you have to introduce you, of course. So she's going to take over at 6 p.m. And for now, just please enjoy. Okay, thank you so much.
Now I have that honor to give him, to Sava Saiko, give him his award for this wonderful movie. And very emotional. Thank you. Can you tell us something about the process?
Well,
how you got the idea about?
Well, I actually don't want to talk about film, neither about the process of producing the film. Film talks about this itself. I would just like to express my deepest gratitude to two guys who sits among you right here and to two institutions. First guy I would like to mention is my previous lecturer, Mr. Brana Jovanovic, previous director of the Museum of Nikola Tesla in Belgrade, who gave me the idea to make the movie about the reconciliation of Nikola Tesla and Mikhailo Pupin a long time ago. It was in 2011 or in 2012. And the other guy is my very good friend Željko Damjankovic here, who helped me to make this film. And it was a process of several years, but fortunately, there is. Film goes in its worldwide screening. It has its own screening life. Two other institutions is Museum of the Nikola Tesla in Belgrade, who provide me with a lot of documentation and pictures and information about to make this film. And the second institution is, of course, Tesla Science Foundation and my friend Nikola Launcher. So that's it. I don't want to talk about film. Film talks about itself, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Great job. I'm really proud of you. Present to your lodge.
Okay, thank you.
I know probably you guys know what it's all about, right?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have special pleasure to announce my special guest tonight. Our next guest, who belongs to Tesla people, is for many years man who was leading the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and still leading, Mr. Branislav Jovanovic. And my other guest, who doesn't belong to Tesla people by origin, but certainly by his visionary endeavors, Mr. Moshe Mana. Moshe Mana is the founder of chairman of Mana Group, a diversified conglomerate with more than 200 acres of urban land, 15 million square feet of floor space, and 2,000 acres of farmland, as well as considerable holdings in technology, fashion, entertainment, agriculture, and logistics. Having moved from Israel to the United States in the 1890s, Mr. Mana established Moshe's Moving, and his business diversified into general and specialized storage, documents, wine, art, real estate, and other fields. Mr. Mana is the owner of Milk Studio and Mana Contemporary, the largest art center of its kind. An admirer of Miami, he wanted to help develop its cultural base and diversify its economy. After the acquisition of real estate in the Wynwood Art District and downtown Miami Flagler, the cornerstones for his urban renewal and community development platform, Mana Common. He is one of the largest private landowners in South Florida today. Mr. Mana has been selflessly helping Tesla Museum in Belgrade for 6 years, as I heard, and plans to build many things about Tesla inventions. I now invite you, Mr. Mana. We have some special awards for you.
My name is Moshe Mana.
I'm an immigrant. I came to New York in the early 80s, and I am a classic American dream story. And I built many projects, many companies, and in the last 10 years, I was exposed, I got introduced to Tesla, and as I got to learn more about him and study Tesla, I totally understood that Tesla is still alive, he is not dead. His not that he was only an inventor, he was also a philosopher, he was a doctor. I totally believe and I totally on the same page with him. And what really got me to get involved with Tesla is my concern about our society and the future of humanity. I'm pessimistic about the future of humanity, just like Tesla was, because he said very fundamental sentence that really resonate to me. If we don't raise our consciousness, awareness, and morals, we are destined to destroy ourselves with the same weapon we are creating today. And the story of Nikola Tesla is all about his life story and how he was cheated out of his life. It's all about consciousness, awareness, and morals. He was robbed through his life. So my idea and my purpose is to bring back Tesla's legacy, and with it to bring back Tesla's philosophy. And the idea that, and I visited Belgrade, we've been working with Belgrade, researching his books, and I learned that we need to do something collaborative, because there is so many institutions, but all very fragmented. The museum can do better, because I didn't like the idea it's a museum. My goal is to make it an institute where people come study, learn, research, and become better people as a result. So I'm here to introduce myself and to get to know the other forces within this community and try to put together a program that we can go together, all of us, as one group. Thank you very much.
It's for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I was not.
Bit about your.
Yes, I was not prepared. I should have brought my financial statement here for this. I'm sorry, but thank you very much, Katerina, for inviting me here.
Coming.
Pleasure,
All the way
pleasure.
from Miami. Thank
Pleasure.
you. I
Pleasure.
appreciate that.
So, in the last 6 years, I got exposed to Nikola Tesla, who he is, his legacy, his story, and his innovation. I didn't know much about Nikola Tesla, but as time went by, I got to read more, to understand more where he's coming from. I reached out to Branimir, and I went to Belgrade to see the museum, what they're doing there, where they're going with the museum, and we developed relationships, and I supported the museum, and my idea was, when after I was exposed to the museum, to turn it to an institute, because the word museum is not doing good by Nikola Tesla and his legacy, because the way I see it, he's still alive, and he's still talking to us, and he's still, all of us here that we are in this room, I believe we are connected this way or another. It's a little bit too complicated to explain it how, but we have previous life and we have future life, and somehow we are connected to it. This is the way I believe. So it's not for nothing we find ourselves here in one room here. So over the years we we put a group together of 6 people to research his books, his whole philosophy, because he was not only an innovator, he was a philosopher, and he was also a doctor. And we got to the conclusions, really, that what we need to do, if we want to do something of significant, to preserve his legacy and preserve and teach his philosophy and his idea, is to consolidate all these organizations that working throughout the world. And then we can create some kind of, we can create the impact. Because from a very young age, what led me, to, and where I bought into the whole idea and explained to me better Tesla, is the idea that Nikola Tesla spoke about consciousness, awareness, and morals. And where us as human beings are going to go, if we don't elevate this consciousness, moral, and awareness with the same technology that we are inventing, we're going to end up destroy ourselves. And early on, when I was 14 years old, I wrote something along the line, and I brought the example of Adam and Eve. I brought the example of the Babylon. And now when we're dealing with AI, I'm terrified. We're getting into the shoes of God. And we are learning the secret of a secret that we are not equipped to have. Today we have people that holding these nuclear bombs, and you look at the leaders that holding these nuclear. If you just mentioned it, it's the Korean leader. Sorry, it's Trump. It's Bibi Netanyahu. It's Putin. These are people that scared the hell out of me, and the Pakistani people. That how these dangerous people end up with this dangerous weapon, and we are in a very dangerous situation, So Nikola Tesla said, if we don't do that, this world, we're going to destroy the world and ourselves, just like we had done several times. We know about the world 5 billion years, but 5 billion can have many pockets like the last 100 years that we have, and the progress that we have done the last 100 years. So I'm very pessimistic about our future as human beings here, and I completed Nikola Tesla by saying, okay, so we destroyed the world a few times in the past, so the Big Bang was not the end, the beginning of this world that we live in. It was the end of the previous one. So with all this that you mentioned, Katerina, about all the businesses that I have and everything that I've done. Yes, I've done many businesses and many projects in my life, and I've been meeting many people in the 50s, 60s, 70s. They achieved their goals in life, but they failed to change to go to the next step. From a goal, how do you do it to a purpose? So these people become very dangerous many times because they think they know it all. Because they're dangerous because they're very narrow in their knowledge. They're very narrow about anything else besides what they do. Our society is very vertical, the way the education we have, but people do not have entire understanding. Each one of us here is the result of his memory and his experiences in life. But we have what's so-called the collective memory. And the collective memory, that's what will tell us as human beings what not to do. That's why we see us as human, because many people did not study history. They do not know what we had done wrong, that we don't do it again, and we're destined to do it again. So what we're seeing now, a process where we are going back into the 20s, and I'm very fearful about the future of our society. Our society. I myself found it. I was able to change and to evolve from a goal to a purpose. So with all what I'm doing, and I'm not coming to promote this platform, with all what I've done, I decided to do something with social impact, to make it a social impact platform. So what we go to cities, we take a big chunk of area of buildings, usually it's dilapidated buildings, area that really that you can get it cheap enough that you can build community over there. And the idea was there, it is sustainable, it is for profit, but yet it is with social impact. Because the idea of landlord-tenant is very, again, this is very narrow, the post-industrial revolution platform. That the landlord, all he does building buildings, and his job is to increase the rent. And when he doesn't increase it, then he can evict you. And then technology does technology, fashion does fashion. So the idea was to do a platform that me as a landlord, not only I invest in the building, I invest into the talent coming into the buildings, into the neighborhood. This is much more impactful as far as harnessing human energy in the right direction and unleashing talent. And the investor can capitalize on it. So it's a bit difficult of a road to teach people to be diversified and impact in social and invest in social impact, because there is return for it. Until now, I did all with my money and everything else, but eventually try to teach the business community how to really to invest instead vertical, to invest horizontal. So what we did, I bought a big property here in Jersey City. We built up the biggest art center in America, where artists work, collaborate, work together, and eventually we're going to do also technology, fashion, and everything else we're going to do there, production village, everything. In Miami, we have another issue here, and this is really what got me more fired up with the Trump movement, isolating America, closing the door. And what I said, in a very simple word, throwing your garbage through the windows doesn't make your home clean, and shutting down your doors doesn't make your home safe. We got 700 million people sitting on the last land reserve in Latin America. We are 300 million people here. How do you connect it? And how do you really also capitalize on it? So instead of putting walls and closing doors, why not connecting the economies? Why not capitalizing what made us great, reaching out to countries, investing in countries, and doing exchanges? So we got 700 million people that can be the consumers of tomorrow. They all got apps. They all have mean to communication. Society become much more transparent. So what we did, the project in Miami is really aimed all together to become the connector or the platform to connect Latin America to the rest of the world. These are 700 million people need to be connected. I call it the invisible continent. So that's why we see people migrating, people breaking through walls. This is not the way to do it, because what made America great, we invested in other countries and we did exchanges. We sell them the McDonald's and the GM and the Ford, and in return we bring resources and we get them, and this economy of change. So what I'm trying to say here at the end of the day, that we are all, as humans, we're living in one home, and this home become even smaller and smaller with all these communications means that we are doing, that with the technology that we have. It becomes smaller, and we need, as people, to work together. What Nikola Tesla said, interesting also. He said, human energy is no different than any other energy. Human energy also travels. So, in essence, what philosophizing, and I like to philosophize with Branimir many times when he comes to my house and we sit down and we go over what he said and how he said and everything else. And one point, Branimir say, actually what Nikola Tesla said, that each one of us like an app, and the software is in the cloud. The soul is part of one. So this was a good example that he brought in. Up to the 1500, they thought the earth is flat. To the 1500, they understood it's round. Nikola Tesla said, not it's round, it's connected. It's connected in every way possible. For that matter, I personally believe that pain travels through the ecosystem of universe. And I compared the universe to a body. And when your finger hurts, the entire body hurts. So the minute when we ignore pain that's sitting somewhere else, eventually it's going to come back to us. And today I was sitting on the airplane with this guy from Switzerland. I'm going to finish soon. So I was sitting with this guy from Switzerland, and he's telling me how terrible it is. 1 million people came from Syria, from Africa to Sweden, and Sweden is only 10 million people. To have 1 million people, that's a big undertaking. And I started explaining to him, you know, I'm Jewish, and the whole Holocaust issue, how it happened, and there was no people to receive the Jews. But at the end of the day, what I came to him, I said to him, you know what, you guys, you deserve it, and you should pay for it. He said, why are you saying it? I said, because you saw what's happening in Syria. You sat down and you said, does it belong to us? We have nothing to do with it. You didn't want to get involved. What happened? They came, knocked on your door. So if you don't get involved as a society, as people, if we don't understand that our energies are connected, and we have to understand when we do something wrong here, it's going to be on the other side. We are part of one. We are part of one. We are one community. We're sitting in a very small home called planet. That's what we need to do as people. And this to be isolated and nationalism and all kind of demagogue nonsense talk is going to be only going to come back to haunt us. I'm not trying to be political or any of the stuff. It's just that I'm telling you the simple fact that we're all part of one, and we should be aware for the needs of the other and be helpful, and not to be afraid of the demagogue that usually what they do, it's us and them. They want to kill you, they want to take your land, they want to take your country, confusing us with false information, denying science, and so forth, and to a point where we do not know what's real, what's not real, and at the end of the day, they steal our mind, and we start operating from fear. Thank you very much. We need to be careful. Thank you.
Tesla legacy through the next generation lens. Panel discussion with the Serbian New Yorkers, leveraging the Serbian community to excel professionally while exemplifying Tesla's values of innovation. Unfortunately, my friend Marija Tomic, who is Vice President, Wealth Management, Morgan Stanley, who came up with the idea for this panel, was not able to join us tonight. Before we start the panel, I would like to briefly say a few words about Tesla's spirituality and how close throughout his life it has been connected to science. Why spirituality? Because I think that spirituality is something that identifies us in this country as immigrants, something that most deeply connects us with our roots. According to my personal experience, that is something that gives me strength to cope with the challenges that as an immigrant I face in this country. Once upon a time, a violent storm, unrecorded thus far in Serbian history, announced the birth of a small sickly boy. Everyone feared would not survive a single day. That is why he was immediately baptized. That boy is the present-day pride of the Serbian people, was given a monastic name of Nikolai. Not at all by coincidence, since there is no such thing as coincidence. Immediately upon his birth, he was registered in one of the Serbian regiments of Vojna Krajina, military border, in line with the olden tradition that newly born Serbian children are destined to be soldiers who will pay by blood and courage the right to reside in Austro-Hungarian Empire. Therefore, it was not a chance that two major events coincided with his birth, his given monastic name and being enlisted to courageously defend his people. But destiny and God Almighty have chosen for him not to defend by arms the Serbian people of the Orthodox faith he received in baptism in the Church of St. Peter and Paul in his native village of Smiljan. His entire life he defended his Serbian native land on earth and in heaven by different means and weapons, by the spiritual sword of Christ. Having been miraculously healed on the holy mountain of Fruška Gora in Šišatovac Monastery, dedicated to the Virgin Mary and cured of cholera by the spring water which brought him from the dead, his father, priest Milutin, vowed that his son would become a man of faith and a monk. The eyes unable to see truth may think that this vow has gone unfulfilled. Still, they would be wrong. Nikola Tesla was a man of cultural and mystic spirituality all his life till the very end when he died in the New Yorker hotel. He was found with a text of the traditional poem Death of the Mother of the Jugovic brothers lying on his bosom. Nikola Tesla was one of the so-called white monks who fulfilled their monastic vows in his own way. He has accepted the vow of celibacy, which explains his attitude to women, something that has been much written and spoken about as though it is not possible to understand the celibacy vow to which our Nikolai has been piously committed to until his death. The second monastic vow of the three, the vow of poverty, he adhered to not only his personal life by living as an ascetic, but also by insisting all the time that his inventions and all that he did be given to man for free and made available to entire mankind. All the troubles he endured with those who financed his scientific efforts, mostly industrial magnates, were owing to their desire to make profit from his brilliance and talent. And as any man of faith and spirituality, he wanted to bequeath this gift to people and to make the future of mankind less painful and closer to spiritual and physical peace, to make it more secure, more comfortable and peaceful than it would have been without his inventions. He was a man devoted to serving the people, the second vow. He was a man devoted to serving the people and God in a way a monk does. His commitment to all people is at the same time the fulfillment of God's ultimate commandment, love thy neighbor. That actually defined Nikola Tesla, which is why many people in the world feel that he belonged to them and that they belonged to him. The fact that they were born far away from his native land of Lika and are not Serbs by birth is of no consequence. But they recognize this commitment that this invisible white monk, Nikolai, adhered to until his last breath. An unusual sculptor, Ivan Mestrovic, a friend of Rodin and Picasso, said that Nikola kneeled every night for decades saying childhood prayers he learned from his father, one of the most educated priests in all of Austro-Hungarian Empire. These prayers prove that a scientist can be a man of spirit and that the science belongs in spiritual culture. That is why he's one of the few great men who was well ahead of his time. Instead of being concerned with his own legacy, he was more concerned with the future of mankind. Like an extraordinary angel, he brought through to people the truth unknown to them. In this vein, he is similar to another scientist of the same spiritual mold who devoted his life to his Serbian homeland and the kingdom of heaven in a different way, but in the same place on a continent across the ocean. Mihailo Pupin and Nikola Tesla prove how true and genuine science, by evidence and insight, can bring people closer to rather than farther from God. Owing to the greatness of these outstanding thinkers, who in the horrific 20th century, when lives were lost and faith in God subsided, both of them in their own ways stood behind their homeland and demonstrated who we, the Orthodox Serbs, are. Thank you. And now I would like to invite my panelists, Olgica Vlačić, Acting Consul General, Mladen Milošević, Founder and CPO of Blog, Marko Jevremović, Vice President at JP Morgan, and Alexandra Denda, jazz soul vocalist and composer. And Predrago Bučina, he's professor at Columbia University, and he's going to be our moderator tonight. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, Katarina. Thank you for a beautiful, inspirative speech. This year's panel is going to focus on Tesla's vision through the lens of the next generation of researchers and innovators, which is why we've gathered a group of leading Serbian New Yorkers with diverse backgrounds who have agreed to share their experiences and successes they've had in New York City. For the first part of the conversation, we would like to hear from our panelists how Tesla's values, and especially his focus on innovation and sciences, have been instrumental in building your prospective careers. So we start with Marko. Let's start with you. You hold a degree in mathematics from Cambridge University and have been working at JP Morgan for over 5 years now. Can you tell us more about what inspired you to pursue this career path and how your science background has helped you succeed?
Well, I would say that science background has helped me immensely. I would even go on to say that it's probably the best path to success for average Serbian if we exclude sports. So let me elaborate a bit. So I grew up in central Serbia, in a village in central Serbia at a time when Serbia was coming through a very difficult period in history. So there was hyperinflation, there were wars, there were corruption, and it wasn't at all obvious how can one get ahead in a society like that. So that's why STEM subjects have a particular appeal, because the success and failure is entirely up to you. It's measured objectively, and this is precisely what Tesla in a way did as well in America. Also, STEAM subjects have other advantages. For example, you can develop yourself in a STEAM career and then decide later on to switch, say, to finance, chemistry, biology, so you don't have to stick to one particular path. And the other point I would like to mention is growing up as a Serbian and hearing stories about Tesla was very inspiring to choose that as a path as well. Especially not only about his legacy, but there is certain myth about Tesla in Serbia, about his way of life, and supposed superpower that he had. For example, he would be able to imagine the whole product in his head before he designs in real life. Later on, the academic success in STEAM subject has granted me a ticket to Cambridge, as you mentioned, and this is what I have to say exposed me to more information. So at the time, it was the era where internet wasn't widely available, so information was very obscure, as you can imagine, in central Serbia. And this is the first time when I hear about the concept of investment bank, about potential careers, and how you can take your path forward. So, yeah, I would say that that's how I somehow ended up working in one of the investment banks. But at the same time, having STEAM background also grant me an option that I don't have to do that for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Excellent, thanks. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, so the name of the village is Vrba. It's between Kraljevo and Vrnjačka Banja.
Okay, Central Serbia. Okay, Alexandra, you came to US to study at the prestigious Berklee College of Music, and through your art you uphold Tesla's #1 value, which is innovation, of course. Can you tell us more about some of the projects you've been working on?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for attending this conference. So I came to study at Berklee College of Music, which is itself a very innovative school, because unlike most other schools that focus only on performance, this one has like 12 majors in music that focus on all the possibilities that you can do as a musician apart from performing. And most of my formal education was kind of around jazz music, which has, like, one of the pillars of the jazz is improvisation, which is rooted in innovation itself. So kind of always being on the stage and being a witness to innovation by everybody that's on the stage with you, it kind of became like a second home for me in a way. And also jazz is a genre that always, like, every next generation of musicians would be trailblazers. So they will always push the genre in the next direction and bring something new. So that's been kind of a mindset that I've been installed on because of the educational environment that I was in. So even though right now I'm working on writing my own music, which I hold myself accountable to be innovative and authentic, I'm also a part of one group that's very innovative. It's bringing two of genres together in a way that's never been heard before. It's bringing Balkan music together with Caribbean, and it's called Slavorikan. And I also lead a group that's called the Rossa Traditional Group that you might have seen perform, or will be seeing it perform. So even though our main value is to keep the traditional music in its authentic form, what's innovative about it is that it's being sang by women from all over the world. And kind of bouncing back to what Katarina was saying about Tesla's vows, I kind of felt connected to that second one, love thy neighbor. I mean, we have a Croatian member in the group, as well as women from India, Italy, United States, Puerto Rico. I mean, Puerto Rico is United States, but from all over the world, who somehow feel connected to this music and feel like learning it and sharing it with this very multinational community here.
Right, so tradition, improvisation, and innovation.
Yeah,
excellent.
All in a melting pot.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mladen, now innovation is also a key part of your day-to-day. Can you tell us about some recent projects you've been working on?
Sure. Yeah. First of all, I'm really grateful for being here. It's really a pleasure. Yeah, I'm a product designer and founder of Block. What we're doing, we're building a new operating system for mobile phones. And since smartphones are so important to all of us and we're holding everything in our phones, our mission is to make that more human, more mindful. And yeah, just having Tesla as a icon there and in terms of innovation puts a bit of kind of a positive pressure on me because, yeah, I have to be innovative every day, come up with new features, with new product design. And I just watched this brilliant documentary an hour ago here, and it just reminded me that in a period where there was no internet and there was no other way to communicate, to present yourself, to get investors, and just imagining being in this type of situation is really scary. And I'm really grateful that today we can actually do this way easier.
Yeah, we all remember dial-up routines and everything.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm still young, but I can't remember also the 56K modem.
Yeah, famous one.
Spinning and yeah. So having Tesla as a role model is incredible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Olgica, now that we've heard about our panelists' backgrounds, can you tell us a bit more about your own?
Well, my background is diplomacy. I've been a professional diplomat for 18 years now. I joined foreign service right after university, after graduating from university in Belgrade. But before all that, I was foreign exchange student here in the United States. I actually went to Sheridan High School in Sheridan, Wyoming, of all places.
Yeah.
And at that time, my focus was on science. So I never imagined myself being a diplomat. I was in love with physics, and I planned to study physics. And I even got a scholarship to study here in the United States. But it was during the 90s. It was actually in 94, 95. And there was no Viber, no internet. You know, I could only speak to my mom once a week. You know, she would spend all her paycheck to pay the phone bill for that one phone call. So for me to imagine a life without my family for a couple more years, without being able to see them or to talk to them, as much as I would like to, it was too big price to pay. So I said, thank you for the scholarship. I went back to Serbia, enrolled in university in Belgrade, and I never regret it. Here I'm back in the United States. With Viber.
Yeah, with Viber now. So it was destiny for you. And can you describe us ways in which Consulate tries to foster innovation?
Well, we don't so much foster innovation, we try to support innovators. Because innovators, as you can tell, are already here. We are very fortunate to have wonderful young Serbian community here in New York and the United States in general. And what we try to do is to kind of, connect them, introduce them to each other, find the right match, for people who need a partner or need someone to work with, to collaborate. But most of all, we try to see, let them see possibilities in Serbia. Because Serbia, more than ever, today Serbia is a land of innovation. And all this potential of young, educated people that we have has been recognized by the government of Serbia. So through platforms such as Serbia Creates, we're trying to make good fertile ground for innovation, to provide funding, to provide innovation infrastructure, and we're encouraging young people who've been educated abroad and very successful abroad to look back and try to imagine themselves going back and maybe developing successful careers back home, or if not that, then mentoring or assisting young people in Serbia to achieve their goals.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. So to continue now, we would like to hear from you how you've leveraged your broader Serbian network to overcome obstacles and succeed in your respective fields. Maybe we start from Mladen first. You have a great story to tell us.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Wasn't funny back then, but approximately a year and a half ago, my company wasn't doing that well. We were based in Berlin, Germany, and yeah, naturally we started searching for investors in Germany. So we went from Berlin to Munich, Frankfurt, Stuttgart, and it didn't really seem like it's going somewhere. Like it's just I guess it was too much of innovation at that point, so it kind of like seemed a bit too conceptual what we're doing and what we're building. So at some point, I remember I was pretty close to a burnout, and I just wanted to come to New York for 1 week, and I packed my stuff for 1 week, and I just wanted to take photos. That's kind of a hobby, and yeah, when I come back, I'm going to sort things out. What happened is I met Sandra after more than 10 years, and yeah, she just heard what I'm doing and what I'm building, and she made one phone call, and that phone call actually turned to almost a month and a half staying in the States and getting funding. So, and even like going to San Francisco and LA and back to New York, I didn't plan none of that. So from basically closing the company to being valued on 16 million and growing was incredible. And I think the network that helped me, which were basically only Serbs and friends from friends and investors, that was incredible. Like I didn't imagine that in 1 month I can achieve something that I couldn't achieve for almost half a year, and spending in Germany, which is a very let's say productive and rich country,
technological country.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, what can I say more about the network here? It's just amazing.
Yeah, Serbian Network New York. Yeah.
I'm very grateful for it. Yeah.
Great. Alexandra, can you tell us about your how your Serbian heritage influenced your art?
So interestingly, I was never really much into Serbian music before coming to the States. And then studying at Berkeley, I met people from over 90 different countries, and I had a chance to sing music, traditional and folk music from many different places, from India, Kenya, Mozambique, just like all over the map. And interestingly enough, that sparked this extra curiosity of like, okay, I'm diving deep into these cultures now. I now have a need also to do the same with my own. And you know, it's interesting that it happened here, because in a way I am home here through this music, even though I'm away. So it's this beautiful dichotomy is happening. And how it also came to be is also like a very funny story. I was on my way, I was moving from Boston to New York. I was on the bus and I got a phone call from a man who basically was misinformed. He said, oh, I heard you're in many of these like very world music projects, and I hear you have a Serbian group. So like, are you interested to perform at our festival in 3 months? And I told him that I had a group because a friend of mine and myself were just brainstorming about it like a week before that. Yeah, and okay. Even though it didn't exist, and only the idea existed, I said yes to it, and basically that's how it also was conceived.
Good decision.
Good decision, and in a way I feel like that this group was in a way given to me, and in a way I feel it as a personal mission to keep this music going on a continent away from home with women from all over, and spread it not just to our community, who's been incredibly supportive of the group and has been giving us incredible opportunities, including the consulate, to keep going and growing, but also like international community here who in a very interesting ways like deeply connected to this music, because I feel like that's the magic of folk music that is transcendental. It sees beyond all the differences that we sometimes logically perceive.
But the difference was what sparked it first, as you said, right?
Yes, excellent. Definitely.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Marko, can you give us examples, your examples, how your Serbian network helped you grow professionally?
Sure. So perhaps I will highlight one such network. So I was in young age competing in mathematics on a very high level in Serbia. I was even part of the Serbian Olympic team in maths. And even though I didn't study my high school in Belgrade, there is a mathematical gymnasium in Belgrade, which is extremely strong, very good school. Most of competitors are from that school. And I would also say that it has this peculiarity that lots of people leave Serbia from that school as much as they stay in Serbia. And they work on very diverse fields, so as such they have access to information about jobs in finance, how does it look, let's say, in the other fields as well. So I have to say that even though I wasn't part of that school, I got certain access to that information that helped me make some decisions easier in life. I think this is something maybe that we can, maybe we in Serbia, we can strengthen this network of professionals abroad.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Now, Olgica already mentioned something about how consulate supports these initiatives. Can you give us a little bit more details how about some ongoing consulate initiatives geared towards the next generations of innovators?
Well, our initiative is to bring these people back to the consulate. For the longest time, Serbian community abroad, not just the United States, but everywhere in the world, had this feeling of mistrust towards the diplomatic missions and consulates. So people always saw us as someone spying on them or trying to control them. And for me personally, since I'm 43.44, so but I don't remember those times so well when people actually had the reason to feel that way. So when I started working here, having that vibe from our Serbian community members coming into the consulate, I was somewhat surprised. Like, why do you fear us? Why mistrust? And then I realized that this miscommunication existed for quite some time, and that was the first thing we wanted to do. We wanted to reach out to people. We wanted to for them to get to know us, to trust us, to see us as a partner, not a foe. And I'm happy to say that I think we succeeded. And we have some great groups of the Serbian community that we work very closely with, one of them being Serbian entrepreneurs, their New York branch. And I think we did wonderful things together, and they're the ones that help Serbian community here, they help Serbs back home. When we have new people arrive to New York seeking advice or seeking someone to give them guidance in their professional field, we introduce them to people from Serbian entrepreneurs, and every time they do their best to help. So it's a wonderful example of Serbs, helping other Serbs.
Great, thanks. Thank you. Well, finally, we're open for some questions from the audience, maybe. Answer Veli. We'll be very glad to answer, both in English or Serbian.
Not even what you need to get passport.
Sorry, okay, ja, možda imate nekih pitanja na srpskom. Primit ćemo i pitanja na srpskom također. Dobro govorimo, trenirali smo. U redu, hvala vam najlepše na pažnji. Thank you very much for your attention. And enjoy the rest of the evening, I think, with Katarina's help. Now we go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, my panelists. And now we shall see first how the spirit of tradition are kept alive among new generation of Tesla peoples. The first performers are the beginners group Opančići, songs and dances from Kosovo and Metohija, and to be followed by more advanced group Opančići, Gusta mi magla padnala. I have been enveloped by thick fog, a traditional song from Kosovo. Then after that, we're going to have Oj Moravo, a few songs and dance from Šumadija, choreographed by Vojislav Spernjak, arranged by Vojislav Spernjak. we are waiting for our little ones. first team of Cultural Artistic Society Drina from New York City, actually from Patterson. Welcome, girls.
So Tesla people, Tesla narode, hvala vam svima, posebno hvala ovoj deci. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope next year you all gonna come back. Thanks. Good night.